This meeting is now being recorded.
Move over there. Oh, it's no cooler than down south. I know. No, not for a long time. I think I was like I see that on the videos. I like it myself. How do you want to introduce us? No, I just wanted to just let you know. Are you moderating? Because you know that it's as a feed. That way, then they'll. Right. And then we'll just take our time. We have some time. I'm trying to make sure I don't take too much time for this. You figure it out. You're going to come up pretty quick because I don't have much to say in my book. I'm going to actually try to figure out if there's any housekeeping I have to do. Yeah, that's a good point.
And you can also come up with any comments in the next couple of weeks. That's actually write the full content. So I've got a few things on my page that are slowing down.
Just like we know where we're at, where we want to go, and it's having impact for us. Time is certainly having it well in advance of the Good morning. Glad you guys are here. Early start or just rough last? Early start. I'm a slow driver. had the sunroof, but we didn't realize that our car had the sunroof. That was maybe so fast. Never had a car. So actually, I guess introduce people from the Bay and people from the Delta, which is very interesting.
All right, I'm going to go ahead and get started. Well, good morning. Thank you, everyone, for being here. My name is Greg Gerhardt. I am the Director of Office of Information Management and Analysis at the State Water Board. Mouthful of stuff. I'm here in the function of essentially overseeing the swamp program for the state of California with my swamp colleagues that do all the work. And then this role for today is really to help shepherd the topic of constituents of emerging concern through that sort of swamp regulatory realm. So thank you all for being here today. I'm going to have to talk into the mic because we have people online. So similarly, if you have questions, we're going to have the mic passed around. So bear with us. A couple quick housekeeping things. Restrooms are that way. Snacks are kind of that way. And for those of you on the phone, those are north directions. And then for parking, when you come back at lunch, if you could remember to park on the street, it just helps keep it the parking lot a little bit less crowded. And it's actually a really easy walk straight down the driveway. The other housekeeping thing to mention is that for lunch, you can just go out that road and take a right on Bradshaw, and as you go to the north again, you'll see lots of choices. Those are my housekeeping announcements. Today's agenda is relatively straightforward. We're basically doing what I call an extended brown bag. These are short talks that I've heard and others have heard throughout the last couple of years or year most recently. And these talks tend to be 20 plus minutes in duration, but they cover an important element of what's happening in the narrative of constituents of emerging concern in California. So we wanted to bring that opportunity to hear these talks together in one place, primarily for the purpose of tomorrow, which is meant to develop an actual regional monitoring approach for CECs in the Delta. So the audience is twofold. We also invited folks from around the state and the public to come and join us to hear these brown bag presentations, essentially. This is not a curriculum-based course today, but it's a well-curated set of talks that I think tells a really compelling backstory for where we're at in California with CECs. So that was the design. So keep that in mind with your expectations today. This is not meant to be a real super curriculum-based course, but it is a workshop, and the presenters all are experts, and they're all willing to answer questions. So if you feel like you need some extra information, just ask. So are there any questions of me at this point? Let's see a show of hands. How many people here are water board? Water board owns the house. And then how many people here are representing a POCW or a wastewater kind of a interest? And how many people here are academic research and NGOs? Other? Lots of others? Laboratories? Cool. What's that? Oh, stormwater? Sorry, I just forgot the great stormwater crowd that I used to be a member of. You guys don't really worry about CECs anyway. Okay, so thank you all. And I think with that, I'm going to hand it over to the first group of presenters, which is the Bay Area panel. So I'm going to introduce Tom Mullin. Tom is Assistant Executive Officer at the San Francisco Bay Regional Board. And Tom and his cohorts are going to give a group presentation. So Becky Sutton and that right? RM. Thank you. Sorry. So I'm going to keep chatting here for a minute while we're getting it set up. But this is part of the narrative. We have some geographical focus talks today, but we also have some topical ones that don't relate to geography. But we wanted to sort of lay down the background as to what's happening. So this is the Bay Area. The other half of the Delta is also known. So with that, here's Tom.
Thank you, Greg, and thank you all for being here. This is a great opportunity for us to interact on the state of our understanding of CECs in various parts of California, and I can add lib back that essentially the reason for this happening is the Central Valley Board reaching out to us saying, how can you provide some assistance time? You've got your own monitoring program, your CECs monitoring program is part of your San Francisco Bay effort. What can we learn from you? So today it's more broader. We're looking at studies from around the state, but it's a stepping stone towards tomorrow, as Greg pointed out, where there is going to be focused attention on how to take all the lessons learned from monitoring throughout the state, including the Bay Area work. So I have the pleasure and good fortune to have a very well-established regional monitoring program in the Bay Area that has created a platform for our CECs monitoring, and why our presentation today is a reflection of that collaboration in the Water Board and our regulated community, our partners, and in between are our scientists at the San Francisco Western Institute Aquatic Science Center, who help to keep us friendly by helping inform our management and regulatory decisions with good science. So we're here talking about contaminants emerging concern, and I'm going to just start with a reflection here. You can see what have here: PBDDs, polybrominated diphenyl ethers, flame retardants, and then alternatives we've looked at. We've looked at perfluorinated compounds, both the PFOSs and the PFASs, and Becky will give a little more illustration of what we mean by that. We've looked at a large number of, we looked at pesticides. We're looking at a whole suite. We start with a whole suite of potential contaminants emerging concern: pharmaceuticals, personal care products, flame retardants, pesticides, whatever. We've screened quite a few of these, and you'll see as we'll show our results today. So we're fortunate to have a lot of experience, and we're still have a mechanism to continue to improve upon our understanding, which we'll share with you today. Just a quick reflection on San Francisco Bay. It's a large, complex estuary, highly urbanized in the bay proper itself. And you can see here, but the grayscape here shows you how urbanized it is, particularly the South Bay. North Bay, combination of urban and non-urban, and of course the North Bay segments are funnel for all 40% of California draining through the bay. So it's quite a challenge, if you will, to understand presence of various pollutant contaminants of interest and concern in the bay. Our CEC's focus is probably primarily then urbanish, and so focus there, but we are always interested in and concerned with what may be coming in. So we are very interested and very much welcome the ability to expand our collaborative approach to interfacing with the emerging Delta Regional Monitoring Program and Central Valley interests. But key aspect of this is that we're fortunate that we have a lot of tidal energy to help flush the bay as an estuary, but it's highly urbanized and relatively shallow, so there is reason to be concerned about the presence of various contaminants of concern and their ability to be present in components of the bay that could adversely impact aquatic life. So let's move ahead. What I want to just briefly illustrate is our regional monitoring program, and then get into the design and setup of our CEC's work before I pass the time to Becky, who will explain our results. So just in a nutshell, our regional monitoring program is founded on partnership. We came together in the pre-RFP late 80s, when RFP officially formed in like 1993, 94. So we've had 25 years of collaborative, joint fact-finding based approach towards understanding water quality in the bay. The primary focus in up to now, really in the early days, was monitoring for California toxic rule priority pollutant contaminants. But as we gained our understanding of those pollutants, through the 90s, we started asking ourselves questions about what about the non-priority pollutants, this myriad of contaminants of emerging concern, and I'll focus in on that in a second. But what I want to illustrate here is that we're a partnership of government, regional board, but we also bring EPA to the table and other regulatory entities, other government agencies, and then we have a partnership of industry, stakeholders, which I'll explain in a second, and a lot of science-based collaboration. This pie here shows you the sort of the stakeholders who are directly participate in our RMP. It's a discharger or regulated entity funded program. Now it's up to $3.5 million a year, and this shows you the breakdown by sector. The biggest sector is the wastewater treatment facilities. That equates to about $1.5 million a year coming from the wastewater treatment community to the RMP. But they are one of the original founders because it was in their interest, and it was our interest. If they're going to be regulated for contaminants of concern, whether it was California toxic rule, priority pollutants, or emerging contaminants, we wanted to have a scientific basis for any regulatory action. So it's been a win-win for them and the other members of other contributing stakeholders of our R&D family, including stormwater, municipal stormwater, industry, primarily petroleum refineries. Dredging is a major management action in the bay, so the dredgers have a key stake in RMP, and then a small sliver, which is disappearing, is the cooling water part of the pie. $3.5 million a year. Most of it the majority of that is going to go to status and trends monitoring for established pollutants of concern in multiple departments. We monitor water, sediment, and various biota, fish, invertebrates, and bird eggs. And then of our pie, about $1 million on average, sometimes north of $1 million, goes towards pilot and special studies. So that's in addition to our standardized monitoring. We have a pot of money that we look at what are our priority pilot and special studies. Pilot means that we're going to do something that may lead towards a standardized status and trends effort, or special studies. It could be anything from just initial looks for what's there. We have special studies for various types of contaminants. We look for sources and loadings. We have studies on effects, et cetera. It's in that arena where our emerging contaminant program emerged in the mid-90s, when we started asking ourselves questions about, well, what are the other contaminants that we should be concerned about? So again, of that $1 million plus a year, we have spent on average maybe $100,000 on emerging contaminants. And Karen, I think, will speak to that in her wrap-up part of this talk about how that dedicated, those funds have grown from a special action on our part. So this is a nutshell, our summary of our program. We have over 10 years of monitoring and studies of emerging contaminants. We primarily focused on what's in the bay, in the compartments of the bay, water, sediment, and biota, with some consideration of wastewater and stormwater sources, but we're mostly looking at ambient conditions versus where they're coming from, except as needed, a couple special studies emerged in terms of where they're coming from. We then compiled everything in 2013 into a synthesis, and as based on our synthesis, we created a strategy document. Here, this is our contaminants emerging concern strategy, and it lays out what the drivers for our monitoring and special studies and how we monitor and manage that information. And then in the outcome of that exercise, we included, in addition to just targeted monitoring, we include non-targeted monitoring and development bioanalytical methods. And we are now just about completing an update to that strategy. So we created an initial synthesis and strategy in 2013. 4 years later, we're doing a significant update to it. Well, I mean, not significant, but a robust update of it. Most of what we're doing, we're sustaining, but it's an illustration that we create a strategy, and we're going to review it on a recurrent basis, and periodically give it more attention than just the annual C, which we did this year. And then another thing to reflect somewhat backwards in time, you can see these are covers from 2 reports that we had an impact on and were impacted by. That's why we were informing, and we also informed by. On the left here is a summary, is a report from a workshop convened down at the Southern California Coastal Water Research Project, and co-sponsored by the water boards, and it was in April of 2009, and that was where we brought together regulators, scientists, and others, regulated people, like what is the state of managing contaminants emerging concern in California? What do we know? We've had national scientists being there, and then this report is a good perspective of what we knew back then and where we wanted to go. And I want to call attention to this one thing in this report is the nexus of the concept of a risk-based approach towards monitoring and managing contaminants emerging concern that we sort of we're doing, but we just weren't doing it in an overt fashion. As an outgrowth of this report, we got very specific about the risk-based approach towards our CECs monitoring. And this one over here is just I just remind myself, this was April 2012. The State Board convened an expert panel to advise that on contaminants emerging concern in California's aquatic ecosystems, and it was the starting point for developing monitoring programs throughout California. Yet we were part of informing that, and we adapted our program based on advice from those scientists who were part of that expert panel. Now, key to our program, all aspects of our regional monitoring program, is question management, action management, question driven. We want to make sure we're answering questions with our data. So we ask, I personally want to know this, so what? What are we going to do with that information? And we challenge ourselves to make sure we use our information to inform, improve monitoring, improve studies, and particularly management actions. Up till now, we've been operating with just a single management question: which emerging contaminants have the potential to adversely impact the bay? In our updated strategy, we're expanding on that. These are slightly different because it's in draft mode, so soon they'll become solidified. But we've been doing studies in these question areas, but we're now just implicitly, now we're explicitly calling attention to not only do we want to know the presence of something, we want to know where is it coming from, where might we, where might we be able to intervene if something is trending in an adverse manner. We obviously want to know not just the status of something, we want to know the trends, because something that's low of concern now may become a high concern tomorrow because of the magnitude of use. And we want to inform management actions and be able to evaluate the effectiveness of management actions we've taken. So this is really where the rubber hits the road. So this is an illustration of our challenging ourselves to make sure we're answering questions with our monitoring program. And so another key aspect of the regional monitoring program is it's founded on having not only internal scientists engaging with stakeholders, but we have explicitly recognized independent external scientists to advise us in all our program areas. And these 6 illustrate scientists that advise us on various aspects of emerging contaminants. Just quickly, Bill Arnold, he's an engineer out of Minnesota, very familiar with wastewater treatment processes, but does research in emerging contaminants. Many of you may know Kelly Moran. She's an independent consultant, chemist, very astute in lots of emerging contaminant issues. She's actually one of the advisors to Department of Toxic Substance Control's Green Chemistry Safe Consumer Product Initiative. Derek Muir is an invaluable contributor. He's a chemist, I believe, by grade, but he runs Canada's emerging contaminant program. And as you may know, they're a step or two ahead of us in terms of progressive attention to emerging concerns. So he's always we're borrowing a lot of his insight on a recurring basis because he's always looking ahead. And Heather Stapleton out of Duke, she's skilled in environmental chemistry and health, and is a toxicologist. She's put a lot of her research has been in flame retardants, which is of interest to us. Daniel Schlenk from UC Riverside is the advisor associated with bioanalytical methods and over here. Lee Ferguson, also from Duke, is a chemist and an expert in non-targeted analysis, and you'll see how that's played out. I believe Becky will give you at least a teaser this morning and perhaps some more detail this afternoon on what we've learned in the non-target arena. So just to wrap up, this is essentially how our strategy works. We focus monitoring on specific CECs. I'm going to explain these 4 blocks quickly. We are always looking ahead, learning from others through the literature, by watching other programs and direct involving experts. And not only do we do targeted monitoring for CECs, we also have into our program doing non-targeted monitoring and bioanalytical work. So that's a theme that you'll see throughout the rest of the talk today. But I want to just take a step back and finish up on the risk tiers. We, as I referred to earlier, we borrowed the concept, or I guess we are part of the development of the concept with that workshop going back in 2009, where it makes sense to screen for potential CECs from their potential concern, and then once you monitor, then you can start binning them. So the concept here is you identify a contaminant concern, you monitor for it, and then you, as a result of monitoring, you can put it in one of these 4 bins. What we want to do is avoid Tier 4, by the way, high concern, because that means we have a high probability that there is an adverse impact on the system. Low concern is what we prefer to have is no impact, where the number Tier 2 is that we screen and relative to some known effects level, we're able to say the contaminant is present well below any known effects level. We're fairly confident that either it's detected at ultra low levels or it's detected at levels well below levels of concern. In between those two, we have low impact, where I would say there's a degree of, it's a weight of evidence of like we have presence of something that's maybe well below a threshold, a known threshold of concern, but it's close enough to raise our concern. It's not high enough to trigger a finding of impact, but it's something we want to watch. Or other evidence is way to say, why should we be concerned about that? Faced with the limited number of actually established thresholds, effect thresholds for the majority of emerging contaminants. So this is where having science advisors is very helpful, because we don't just arbitrarily put something in any one of these bins. We compile our results, put it in a recommended bin, and then we make sure it's ground truth by our advisors and also our stakeholders as well. The unfortunate reality is lots of things fall into unclear, which is possible concern, and that's because of the known unknowns. We know that we don't have thresholds for large numbers of individual and classes of CECs, so a lot of them fall into this bin, unfortunately. But us over here on the left, we haven't titled it yet, but we do always do screen for emerging contaminants that we haven't actually monitored for to see which should be an on-ramp, and then that feeds into our screening, and then these get binned, and once these are binned, then we react. And how do we react? First, we have a monitoring strategy, and these are sort of very, very logical descriptions of what we do in reaction to once we bin something. They're not set totally in stone, because there's some flexibility, to do things from the lower tier and an upper tier and vice versa. But if something were to get into the high concern, it pretty much triggers a regulatory action that we want to have well informed, like if we have to do a TMDL or some comparable action, we do studies to inform that. In this tier 3, which I call sort of the high watch list, we want to make sure we're really clear on any trending, and are we confident enough in phase effects of the presence with there? Do we know enough? We may do studies on sources and loadings to look for ways to do preemptive intervention, or if necessary, reactive intervention, to make sure that something in tier 3 stays in tier 3. We don't want something to go from tier 3 to tier 4. And tier 2 is, yes, it's a low concern, but we want to be careful that we don't just check the box and not pay attention. So we want to periodically rescreen, or perhaps just pay attention to use trends, because something of a low concern today could change because of a new understanding of environmental effects or trended levels. And then obviously we continue to do ambient source screening related to possible concerns, because if there's something's a possible concern, we need to think about what better information can we have to understand which of these bins should it get into. That's the top one. And all of it, Becky's going to give some illustrations of how we apply this philosophy to our results. So this is just your primer for that. And lastly, we want to make sure all our monitoring is associated with management. So this is just a general reflection, logically again, of the types of general categorical management actions we would take relative to any one tier. Obviously, if it's a high concern, it's going to be a candidate for 303D listing. We're able to say that we know that there is adverse impact on beneficial uses, water quality standards may not be met. We don't want to get there. As I said, we want to make sure if something gets into Tier 3, it stays there. So we've now committed, if something is Tier 3, it should have some sort of recognized action plan or strategy. How are we making sure it's going to stay there, both in terms of the related improved monitoring to inform action about what types of corrective or preventive actions should we be pursuing to keep it there. And then in level 2, low concern, we'll still, as far as management action, if it's low concern today, will it be low concern tomorrow? So we will track product and market use to make sure there's not an emerging increased trend in use that could give us cause to rescreen, et cetera. And we also may look at, if they're easy to do, low-cost pollution prevention actions, let's do them because it's the right thing to do. And Karen North, who's going to tell you how the Bay Area Pollution Prevention Group has been actively involved in how we always are thinking ahead in terms of pollution prevention. We don't necessarily have to we don't want to find a problem to stimulate pollution prevention. We want to implement pollution prevention so we don't find a problem. So there is a little bit of a question, why are you taking action if it's a low concern? Well, we do want to make sure it always stays in the low concern bin. And then obviously, in possible concern, the management action is, what do we need to do? How do we prioritize potential new CECs? And for those that are fallen in this bin, what can we do to improve the understanding of those CECs? We can potentially consider a need for an action plan in any of these tiers, but in particular, we might want to consider down here, should we be pursuing some form of biological or chemistry method improvement to help us get something out of possible concern and put it into one of these other more definitive bins? So I think that's the transition that now Becky will now take from here on, and it'll give you a hands-on illustration of our results and how we've applied the strategy.
Thanks, Tom. All right, so if you guys don't know me, I'm Becky Sutton with San Francisco Estuary Institute, and I'm leading the work group for the Bay RMP on emerging contaminants. So I'm going to go back to our 3-element strategy, and before I get into some examples of how we've dealt with contaminants and how we've worked them through the strategy process, I'm going to give you just a quick update on what we're doing this year, just so you know our current activities and cases of use. So I'll do it within the themes of the strategy. So the first element of the strategy is our active monitoring and then evaluating the risk using that tiered risk framework Tom just went over. The second element is how we engage with the rest of the scientific community and bring all the best science back to the Bay. And then our third element is more exploratory methods of monitoring, including non-targeted and bioanalytical tools. All right, so under monitoring and risk evaluation, we have a couple of fun activities coming online this summer. A lot of them are water monitoring, and that's because the Bay RMP is doing a water status and trends cruise this summer. So we always like to leverage these existing status and trends sampling activities and add on interesting and relevant emerging contaminant studies in order to stay up to date with the science. So we're going to be looking for alternative flame retardants in bay water, specifically the phosphate flame retardants. We've done some work on these in the past, and we've seen levels of potential concern for one of them, triphenyl phosphate. So we want to go back and see, were these findings unusual, or do we actually see potential problems for the bay? We're going to look at neonic pesticides and degradants. So one neonic we've done a little bit of work on is imidacloprid. You guys might have seen that one in the news a lot because there's concerns about the effects of neonics on the bee populations. Turns out they're also not so great for our aquatic invertebrates. So we've got some initial wastewater data that suggests maybe we should go out and look in the bay and see what kind of levels we see in the bay. We're also going to be looking at bisphenol in bay water. Bisphenol A is one we've probably heard about a lot. It's in a lot of products. It's in polycarbonate plastic, for example, and it's one that the state has prioritized for special attention. We're actually looking not just at bisphenol A, but a whole range of a dozen bisphenols. Because as some companies and industries are removing bisphenol A, there's some replacements coming online or seeing higher use or seeing higher presence in our human bodies, and we would like to check and see if some of these alternatives, for example, bisphenol S, are out there in the bay, as well as bisphenol A. We're going to work on triclosan and the methylated form of triclosan in small fish. Triclosan is one of the contaminants that the state has prioritized for future work. We're also taking a overall more holistic look at the data we've generated on perfluoroalkyl substances, poly and perfluoroalkyl substances. This includes PFAS, that one that we've seen a lot of attention on, that's in the flame retardant foams. It's in a lot of groundwater, unfortunately, and in our bay we have particularly high levels in the South Bay in our wildlife. So we're taking an overall look at a broad array of data we've collected over the years on this broad chemical class, and we're synthesizing that in order to develop a really robust strategy moving forward to make sure we're using our resources wisely and targeting this type of chemical and its alternatives or replacements. And then finally, we're getting into some more modeling work, which is something that's been recommended for a few years by our stakeholders and our science experts, and we're finally charging into that territory because we want to use modeling as a way to advance our understanding of these contaminants as they move through the bay. This is the tiered risk framework that Tom was going over for us, and here you're actually seeing where contaminants fall out in this framework. As we've gone out in the bay, every time we look for something in the bay, we use that data to plug in the contaminant into this tiered risk framework. And this simple graphic actually summarizes data we've collected on hundreds of contaminants over the last 10 years that we've had this program going. So I'll just go over this real quickly for you. So as Tom mentioned, we've got this high concern category, the tier 4 category, where we're concerned that we would see contaminant with moderate or high impacts to our wildlife. And we're really happy to see that we've been looking really diligently, and we do not see any emerging contaminants in that category. And as Tom mentioned, our whole goal is to keep things out of that category, to catch them early before we have something like PCBs or mercury, which might belong in that category if we extended it to those sort of contaminants. In our tier 3 category, our moderate concern category, the yellow one, we've got concern about low-level impacts, and we've got 3 contaminants there now. That PFAS, that perfluoroalkyl substance, is of particular concern for our South Bay wildlife. We've got fipronil, which is an ant and flea pesticide. And then we've got nonylphenol, and also it's a phosphorylated surfactant that produce nonylphenol. This is a pretty widely used surfactant chemical. It was once in detergents, also in a lot of plastics, many uses, and the concern primarily is on estrogenicity. For tier 2, these are our contaminants that we've looked for in the bay, and currently we're seeing levels that would suggest no impacts to wildlife. I'm just going to point out a couple. A new addition to this tier 2 category is PBDEs. So for years, we've actually had that in our moderate concern category. But based on management actions, phase-outs, bans, we now see levels low enough that I'm suggesting we can demote it to the tier 2 low impact category. Again, we're not ignoring it. We're going to keep tracking that, make sure those declining trends continue. But levels at this point, the weight of the evidence is suggesting we now may no longer be seeing impacts for wildlife based on current levels. So that's kind of new that came out of our 2017 strategy revision, and for us, it's a pretty important success story for the bay. You'll see pyrethroids in our low concern category, and that might surprise you because pyrethroids are a pretty high concern for freaks in our bay watershed. But once you get into the bay, there's enough dilution that it appears we don't need to worry about them in the bay itself. We've also got pharmaceuticals and personal care products. We look for about 150 of those in the bay, and so far we're not seeing any levels that really spike our interest. Nevertheless, it's been a few years. With our growing population, we can only expect that concentrations could rise, so this is definitely one we want to go back to periodically over the years. Finally, Tier 1, possible concerns, the bottom category. This is a funny category because, being placed at the bottom, you might think it's of lower interest, but actually, as Tom was saying, here we're dealing with that data gap. We don't know enough about toxicity. So it's in the bay, but is it safe at these levels? Usually we don't know, and this ends up to being quite a big category for us, unfortunately, and it includes some of our alternative flame retardants. It includes perfluorochemicals that are related to PFAS, but which we haven't studied that much yet in terms of toxicity as a scientific community. It includes our microplastic, which is one of our recent subject areas. Okay, so this is, again, hundreds of analytes summarized here in this table. All right, back to the strategy. Here's element 2 of our 3 elements, tracking the science, where we engage with the community and try and bring all the best science back to the bear. It's really good for this rapidly evolving field to have someone who can stay up to date, because there's always a new analyte popping up, a new contaminant that's just been identified. Do we jump on every contaminant? Clearly we can't. We don't have that kind of resources. We have to be targeted, but we have to stay up to date with the new findings, the new methods that come online, all the interesting information that we get from our experts, from the literature, from conferences. And then another important thing is talking to decision makers. And by that, I mean regulatory folks, policy folks, anyone who's developing perhaps a pollution prevention strategy for some of these contaminants. They're going to need data, and we want to make sure we're providing the right kind of data. We don't want to use our resources in a way that wouldn't actually inform these important decisions. We've got to keep all of our RMP stakeholders educated and engaged, and so that they understand why we're doing what we're doing or why we've made a recommendation, and then they can give us feedback and adjust things. And again, we do a lot of collaboration with the RMP because we all struggle with resource limitations, and we always find that through collaboration, we can get way more bang for the buck. And so these little logos on the bottom are all people that we've recently collaborated with and that we've published papers with in the last year. So this just gives you a taste of how we're always inviting collaborative opportunities that allow us to stretch our dollars and our resources further. All right, final element is non-targeted monitoring. We're going to hear a lot more about this afternoon, so I'm just going to give you a quick rundown on what we're up to this year. We are still analyzing data from non-targeted analysis, which is a really interesting way of trying to figure out as many of the contaminants in a sample as possible. So with your targeted monitoring, they're looking for specific analytes, and with this, you're trying to cast a broader net and scan the horizon for contaminants you might not have expected, but that might actually be out there in the bay. So we've got samples of bay water and effluent we collected in 2016, and we're still analyzing, trying to match up peaks and see if we can identify more contaminants from those. We're doing some bioanalytical tools that Keith and the University of Maria, of course, and the University of Florida has developed. They developed this tool on estrogenicity and tested it out specifically with an estuarine fish model to show its relevance to our bay. And so we're going to actually grab samples so we get to actually deploy this in our bay and see if we get any hits for estrogenicity. And then finally, we've got a proposal on the table. We'll see if the Bay RMP approves it to do more of this non-target analysis, the first type, on bay margin sediment. So this is what we're up to. So kind of your quick overview of this year. Looking in the future, the Bay RMP has a pretty strong multi-year plan process where each of the focus areas develops a 5-year forecast of the kinds of studies we think are going to be most relevant to stakeholders and to policymakers. And so we spend a lot of our resources on our moderate concern priorities, Because clearly, if a chemical is at a moderate concern, we're thinking we really need to get a handle on why it's in the bay, how we might be able to inform source control, and are there going to be impacts? We want to keep it out of that high concern category. So these are the kinds of studies we're outlining for our 3 moderate concerns. We've got the PFAS, the nonylphenol, and the fipronil. And we always try and time these with status and trends monitoring. Again, this summer we're going out to the water, so we had more water-themed special studies for the water cruise year. Next year we're going out to do sediment. The year after that, I know we're doing sport fish, so we have a sport fish study for fipronil. So again, this is how we try and fit our emerging contaminant program really efficiently into the overall ARMP process. Here are a few more of our special studies ideas for the coming years. We have a lot of different classes that we want to check out in the bay. Alternative flame retardants, these are alternatives to the PBDEs that we now see declining. Dyes, very common in all kinds of urban and consumer products, right? We want to see if dyes might be out in the bay, might be having an impact. Pharmaceuticals, personal care and cleaning, plastic additives like the bisphenols, pesticides, and then we have also ideas for more non-targeted monitoring. So these are all outlined in our multi-year plan, which is adjusted every year, but it gives us a vision forward and allows our stakeholders to have another tool to impact our direction. Okay, a couple of things I just want to mention that you can tease out of what I've just said is our focus on chemical and functional classes. So this is an important way for us to keep our program effective and adaptive. We don't want to, for example, PBDEs. We don't want to just look at PBDEs. These are flame retardants, right? Ban, phase out, you see the decline, but what replaces them? We need to make sure that we're thinking about those replacements too and developing data early to help folks decide whether these replacements are appropriate and whether there might be source control needs for these inappropriate, for those that prove toxic or inappropriate, otherwise known as a regrettable substitution. These 2 graphics are bisphenol A and bisphenol S. And so you can imagine, I mentioned earlier that we're doing a broad panel of bisphenol. So as bisphenol A gets a lot of attention, it's been banned in a couple uses, it's been phased out by many companies in other uses, but should an alternative such as bisphenol S come online, you can see from that structure, could have some similar states out in the aquatic environment, could have some similar toxicity. It hasn't been studied as much, but there are indications that it might also be estrogenic. So we want to keep our vision broad and make sure we're catching some of these early substitutions in case they end up being regrettable ones. Then another thing that was made clear by Tom talking about management questions is that we only do science that's really directly related to policy. What do our stakeholders need to know? What do any other decision makers need to know? We don't really do basic science, we do very applied science. We're trying to fill key data gaps to inform decision making. Right, so now I'm going to talk about 3 contaminant classes and how the findings we had for each of them and how they've gone through this process. And then I'm going to turn it over to Karin. I'm giving you notice. Where's Karin? Oh, there you are. Okay, so 3 little stories. PBDEs. So I kind of gave you the story already with this one. But PBDEs are flame retardants that we've been pretty concerned about in the Bay Area in particular for 15 years, I guess. I think in 2002, some science came out to show that the San Francisco Bay was a particular hotspot for this kind of contamination. We had really high levels, highest at that time reported in our wildlife. And even people in the area had extra high levels of PBDEs. These were flame retardants that were largely in use due to some unusual flammability standards we had in the state. Now people started getting really concerned about the levels. We had some phase outs, first of Penta and Octa PBDE. Those were, they were actually banned in our state. And then once they got banned, the industry just phased them out of production here in the U.S. And then later, that happened in 2004, and then later in 2013, the final PBE got phased out, DECA. So we started tracking these as soon as we heard about the high level of contamination. And we started developing status and trends data before the bans and phase-outs and, continuing into present day. This is just one example of a sport fish showing the surf perch data, our most recently revised data set, showing that those bans and phase-outs appear to have triggered basically a recovery scenario for our bay. We are seeing clear declines across the matrix thanks to these bans and phase-outs. So for us, this is a really powerful success story to show everyone that when you make a change, you can, within 10 years have some pretty significant positive impact for an ecosystem, depending on the chemical, right, and phase and all that stuff. Now, as I mentioned, PBEs were used because we have these flammability standards. And so when manufacturers couldn't use PBEs, they just switched to alternatives. And these alternatives were clearly seen in consumer products, and we also started doing some special studies, and we found some of these in the Bay. And these are some of the data that were then used to trigger a more broad policy action to address the contamination, particularly of some of these replacements that were toxic. The California Bureau of Home Furnishings, they're the ones that had this flammability standard, and they actually changed it. They modified it to make the standard now, instead of based on a candle, based on a smoldering cigarette. A lot of details there, but it's actually considered now to be a more protective standard that requires no or little use of chemicals. So for this particular standard, this gets rid of the need for manufacturers to use these chemicals, and we're certainly hoping to do continued study to see if this sort of action might result in lower levels of some of these alternatives in our bay. All right. Next story is on PFAS, perfluorooctane sulfonate. This was once the ingredient in Scotch Guard. It was also used in some of these flame retardant foams or firefighting foams that are at airports and military bases when you see an airplane crash and there's all this big white foam stuff everywhere. Largely phased out due to extreme toxicity in 2002, I believe, but we still had really high levels in our Bay Harbor seals, even through sampling to 2012. We were concerned about this, clearly, so we had another special study to do a follow-up in 2014, and we think now that we might finally be seeing signs of recovery, which is great news. It's delayed, much more delayed than the PBE story, right? But we think we're finally seeing recovery. I should maybe put a question mark, PFAS recovery question mark, because, this is one data point. We need to do more work to see if this decline is legit, does it continue? But we're pretty hopeful that it will. And we're thinking that part of the reason it's delayed is that our kind of contamination hotspot was in the South and Lower South Bay, which doesn't get as much dilution from the Pacific Ocean. So, thinking about your hydrology and geology is always important when you're looking at fate and transport of contaminants. Okay, same story though. If manufacturers aren't using PFAS, if it's largely been phased out of production here in the U.S., what are they using? Well, PFAS, this one up here, it's actually a member of an extremely broad class of poly and perfluoroalkyl substances, really wide use in food contact paper, your grease-proof paper, your sports gear that's water and stain resistant. These chemicals are used in really broad applications, and there's about 3,000 of them out there. So our continuing work involves using some exploratory and techniques and methods to start identifying which of these others do we need to worry about in the bay. Now, as you can see, with such a broad number of contaminants, this is not a small task, and that's why we've taken the step to develop a synthesis and strategy specific to this class to make sure we do a good job. Because if you got distracted by the wrong contaminant, you might waste resources, and we want to be really strategic. All right, last story about microplastic. So RMP did a 2015 special study to look at microplastic. We did this primarily because our state legislature at the time was considering a ban on microbeads in personal care products, little gritty pieces of plastic added to toothpaste or face wash, that kind of thing. So the RMP wanted to see if these microbeads were in the bay. So we did a screening study on microplastic. A very small study, actually. We found microplastic at all 9 sites we looked at, and we did end up finding higher levels than other urbanized water bodies studied by the same methods. So these findings really got the RMP's attention, and we ended up calling in some experts and developing a whole strategy for future work. Because, if we're more contaminated, maybe we need to take a special look at what kinds of plastics are in our bay and perhaps what kind of management actions could be put in place to reduce that. Again, we don't have a specific toxicity threshold for microplastics, so this is one of the contaminants we consider a possible concern. Nevertheless, we want to keep our eye on this. We want to see if we can reduce levels, and should a toxicity threshold come along, then we can place it more in a different tier in our framework, our tier risk framework. So our study actually had some pretty broad impacts. Our state did end up passing our ban on microbeads like a couple weeks after our findings came out. And then a federal policy came into place. It actually superseded our state's ones, but it's still a pretty decent ban on microbeads in personal care products if that's your goal. Also, that strategy that we developed with the help of experts, we shared that with the Gordon and Betty Moore Foundation, and they ended up giving us a pretty big 2-year grant to accomplish most of the first 2 years of work outlined in that strategy. So that's a great example of leveraging, right? We're actually getting some foundation funding to accomplish a lot of the RMP's goals, because we couldn't do it all on our own. All right, so those are my stories. Now, I'm turning it over to Karen for the management perspective.
So hi, my name is Karen North. I work for the City of Palo Alto. I've been very active as part of the Bay Area Regional Monitoring Program. I'm vice chair with Tom Lumley on the steering committee, but I've been, from day one, part of the emerging contaminants work group that the RMP does. So we've been very involved, very active. We've always been trying to look at it. How do we stay ahead, try and limit what's coming into the wastewater or stormwater system? How do we take the data and the science that the RMP is doing and apply it and make it more management-based decisions? So I also wear, through the Bay Area Clean Water Agencies, the pollution prevention hat. So we band together 43 wastewater treatment plants. We meet monthly, and we actually come up with plans on how we're going to do education outreach or regulatory work or advocacy work, however, to reduce some of these pollutants that may be coming into the wastewater treatment plant. So that's what we do. So this is, we've talked ad nauseam now about our management strategy. So I'm going to just move through this one. That's the wrong way. And also, Tom and Becky have done a fantastic job talking about tier risk. So we are very happy to say that because we've been doing this for so long, we do not have any in Tier 4. So that's our goal. Our goal is to not have any high concern CECs. So we are trying to be active, proactive, get it before, and we have a lot of wins and success stories. So that's what I get to talk about is some of the success stories. Becky already talked about TBDs. The wastewater community is very involved in TBDs as well. And so how do we apply that science? So we've actually come up, so the Bay Area Pollution Prevention Group, before the emerging contaminants work group even existed, would come up with action plans. We would meet every year, and we would come up with a list of priorities of what we wanted to accomplish and how did we want to try and change people's behavior. And so we actually had some of these contaminants on our list of actions way before the RMP did, because we know it's getting into the wastewater treatment plant, shouldn't be there. Really, we just want the 3 Ps coming, the 3 Ps. I think you all know the 3 Ps coming to us. Otherwise, we can't treat it. Even though we're in a sophisticated wastewater treatment plant, tertiary treatment. I'm in the lower South Bay, where everything is a big red bullseye because we don't have a lot of flushing. So we are very active. We want to make sure that this is not going to cause a problem in the environment. I mean, we are environmentalists, many of us that work in the wastewater treatment plant. So this is what we typically do. We try and come up with this plan, come up with an action plan. How do we do education outreach? Is there something we can do ourselves, educating the community on how to reduce what pollutants are coming to the wastewater treatment plant? Or do we need to partner with other agencies and other groups? Do we need to propose legislation to get something banned? So now we have CCSC, who's with the Green Chemistry Initiative. We're partnering with them all the time on what data do you need to help make decisions? Department of Pesticide Regulation, what data can we provide to help make changes? So we're working and trying to collaborate because we are just one entity. So one example is fipronil, bottom on flea control. So we actually, through the RFP, collected samples at wastewater treatment plants, and we know that it is a wastewater treatment plant issue. Now, are wastewater treatment plant folks dumping it into our CECs? No, but it's pervasive. It's throughout the sewer shed. So I'm actually partnering our plant specifically, but it's because of the RFP. But we are saying, sure. So we have Dr. Jennifer Turling. She's fantastic with the Department of Pesticide Regulation. She's now trying to, how do we take some of that data and make some decisions and regulations? Well, part of it is they don't have the data. They came into our door, knocked on the door, and said, hey, would you be interested in doing a sewer shed study? I'm like, how big to give you a samples? Go out with my team, collect the samples. Let's see, where is it coming from? Is there a smoking gun? Is there something we can do as a PSUW to regulate something so it's not coming to our treatment plant? Sure, absolutely. Well, guess what? Fipronil's everywhere. Everywhere. Every single trunk line. There's not one trunk line that is much higher than any of the other trunk lines. So that makes that, and then we've done a lot of other research that we paid, not part of the RMP, to do analysis on head-on spot treatment. What's the data behind that? What are the alternatives? So this is where I'm wearing my pollution prevention hat. So you can give your pet a pill instead of putting this little flea medicine on the back of the pet where it goes throughout the pet, throughout your hands, throughout your bed. If your pet sleeps on your bed, throughout your couch. If your kids are playing with your pet, it's everywhere. Hence why it's a wastewater treatment plant. Because all that stuff has to get washed and comes directly to the treatment plant. So we realize that, and we're partnering with DPR to say, okay, do we really need this much active ingredient? Are there other sources or other solutions for fleas? Because I don't want to have a bunch of people having fleas in their home. That's not a solution, right? But we're trying to look for alternatives. So this is why it's so important for us to partner together and work and collaborate. Because otherwise, we can't make these decisions on our own. So another example of something, so triclosan. Some people call it triclosan. I've been calling it triclosan for my entire career. But we actually, before the RMP started, we said, okay, this is an additive. Why? You're washing your hands with pesticides. It actually has to be on your hands for about saying happy birthday twice before it actually would work. You've already rinsed it off and it's down the drain. It's coming straight to us. And it likes to absorb on solids. So where's it going into? Our biosolids. We like to think of ourselves as a resource recovery facility. We like to actually utilize what's coming to us and use it for other purposes. So we don't need triclosan. We don't need an antibacterial product in our biosolids that are going to be applied to farm areas. So we actually made a concerted effort to stop purchasing. We said, no, we're not going to purchase it. We educate all of our school groups that don't purchase triclosan-containing can soap. A bunch of the other wastewater treatment plant folks stopped purchasing it because what can we do? That's one thing we could do, is purchasing power. And I'm happy to say, finally, 2016, the FDA banned triclosan. I don't think we were the only reason why it happened, but I think we were one of many, because the more people we talk about it, and we actually can make a difference. This is where we pat ourselves on the back. We're like, woohoo, we've been hitting our head up against the wall, and this is one win. So, there's other things, though, that triclosan's in. So we're actually partnering with CECs and the Green Chemistry Initiative to see, there's more data that you guys need to know. So if triclosan's on one of the product lists for small fish that SWRCB will be looking at. So this is really important for us. So we still need to collect data. This is a win, but it's not a huge win. There's still triclosan that's pervasive. This is so many different products. So the other thing is pharmaceuticals. I've been working on pharmaceuticals for almost 2 decades. This is the one where I literally, it was before I had children. Maybe, I said, maybe when my kids go to college, we'll get this addressed. We're getting closer, a lot closer. But this is one where we actually did do a study back in the lower South Bay, kind of the worst case scenario, the where there's no flushing, listed during a receiving tide. We did like, okay, let's see if it's in the bay. We looked at the PHWs and let's see if it's in the bay. It's there, it's not huge concentrations, that's why it's not a high risk. But let me tell you, there's a lot of money in pharmaceuticals, and there's a lot of activity going on for the regulatory approach, and there's a lot of lobbyists that happen for this. So we actually need some data when we're going to council meetings and board meetings and Senate hearings to say, you know what, why should the local PHWs or the household hazardous waste programs be paying for the disposal where you're making millions of dollars off of this? It doesn't make sense. I still have a collection bin at my wastewater treatment plant that we started in 2003 that we thought would be a stopgap approach until the manufacturers could actually deal with it. Santa Clara County finally has an extended producer responsibility bill requiring the manufacturers to pay for disposal, and I still haven't seen it move because there's not a great solution yet. But you'll see that there's all these things with no drugs down the drain, stop the rush, flush, there's all these things. So that's a lot of what the PHW does. That was the low-hanging fruit. Yes, we're not telling you, we know that you take your meds at home and a partially metabolize your system is going to come to us. But we wanted to handle the low-hanging fruit. And to be honest, the biggest win for us at this point was making people think that, oh, what I do at home might impact the bay. This was actually a really good one to get that conduit, that linkage, because most people think they don't even know where their wastewater goes. They have no clue. They're like, what? I just go to the bathroom. I had a shower this morning. I had no idea where my water went. They don't. And now it's becoming, especially in Southern California and where we are, now we're thinking it as a water as a resource. Okay, we're going to purify that water and then we're going to drink it. And then people are trying to really, what? They didn't know that. So, as I said before, we do leverage our resources. So, we are partnering with these CECs as much as we can. Department of Pesticide Regulation, absolutely. You know, this is something where we do need to partner. And then we are so fortunate because we've been doing this for so long. A lot of the academics say, hey, can I collect a sample? I actually want to tweak my methods. I want to figure out if I'm getting it right. Sure, grab a sample. So we are known as the sample. Anyone that wants a sample of wastewater, they usually come to Palo Alto. But it hasn't, and I always tell everybody, it has not bit me in the butt yet, because people get concerned. A lot of wastewater treatment plants are very conservative about, giving up samples, because how is that going to impact us in the future? So far, knock on wood, but I've been lucky, because I've been with Palo Alto for a long time, and this has actually helped us because then we can make decisions. We actually inform decisions because we know what's in our wastewater. It's a lot easier to tell people it's there and it shouldn't be there, and this is how it's getting to us, versus not knowing. So that's how we've been doing it. And then Tom works with his staff and the Bay Area Solution Prevention, the Bay Area Clean Water Agencies, and we looked at this and we said, there's a lot of monitoring that we're doing that's all non-detect, not giving a lot of benefit, so we came up with this alternative monitoring permit, and we can actually choose, rather than do a list of, a lot of the samples that really we know that we don't have anymore, they're artifacts of old permits, and we're spending that money now to the RMP. So we've actually got an extra $235,000 that we've kind of earmarked for the EC studies, which is great, because it's not like we are made of money, so we're trying to figure out how do we utilize the limited resource we have and use it towards giving us the best information. And then also Tom and his team figured out a way of the supplemental environmental project, so then that actually helps us. So if someone gets fined, heaven forbid, we get fined, unfortunately we do, we're not perfect, then that money can go towards some program that would actually fund RMP-specific projects. They have to be related, and they have there's a lot of strings attached to it, but we've done a great job of making sure we have those projects. So our key to the regional monitoring program success is we've been doing this for a really long time, as Tom said, 25 years. And I actually made all these people take a photo because they never have photos of any of us. But because we do represent a wide variety. So we have wastewater, we have stormwater, we have once-through cooling, we have the refineries in the room, we have EPA sometimes comes to our meetings. We have a fantastic SWI staff. That's really why we're so lucky, because they've done a fantastic job, and I don't have to worry as much because I know they're going to get the job done right. And we spent a lot of time planning. I mean, we had an all-day meeting this last week. So the steering committee meets quarterly, and we really do plan out the multi-years, and we want to think about it. We're really being careful about our budget, and we make sure we stick with our budget. We really think long and hard if we want to, what projects we're going to spend our money on. And that is something all of our work groups do the same thing. So the emerging contaminants work group just met in March, and we actually prioritize based on the science that we know and all of our advisors what we're going to be some of the next steps that we want to do. And then that prioritization list is going to come to the technical review committee and then the steering committee. So it's vetted. So everything is very, it's a good system that we have. So if you, I know that you're working towards pulling together your own. So just want to let you know we've done this and it's working. The key though is that we're adaptable. So if something comes up, we do have the ability to be nimble and put money, because we actually put some money into a reserve. So kind of like a rainy day account. If something comes up, like some contaminant, if there's a spill or something, we can mobilize and collect samples quickly. So if all of a sudden, let's just say maybe, I don't know, like a plastic manufacturer had a huge spill or a chemical manufacturer had a big spill, we can actually go out and sample and get a handle on what's going on, which I think is also really important. So those are some of the key things for our success. And then, you know, this is what I always talk about, the R&P data and reliability and having it that we would actually, I would much rather take the sample and have the R&P monitor it and look at it. So we, I didn't mention earlier, we did another pharmaceutical personal care sampling with the PHWs. We're actually going to try, it's on one of the lists on the prioritization for Becky to work on, but it's to have the SFEI actually do the QA/QC on it. Because these are research methods. So you don't know blank detections. You don't want to just load data that doesn't have QA/QC and then anyone can take it. We actually really, as a wastewater treatment plant, I would feel much more confident if we had one QA/QC officer that knew how the data is analyzed. What are some of the things you should be looking for? What about blanks? Are we having a high in the blank? Because we've been, you know, a lot of these are not standard test methods. So they are research methods, and we don't want to be hit with, oh, you have a really high level according to the thing, but did you actually look at that it was flagged because the blank was really high as well? So this is really important, and that's why, you know, I think it's actually working together and collaborating and having SFEI do the QA/QC or some third-party scientist. Many of our PHW staff are fantastic. We have labs, yes, we have a lot of that, but are we contaminants of emerging concern experts? No. We need QA/QC officers that know the method. And then communicating. So this is where, you know, we collaborate because we're trying to take that information and the science, but communicate to the laypersons, the management team, the people that are funding the project. So what does this data mean? What are the next steps? How do we move forward? So if you guys haven't, I think many of you maybe seen the Pulse today and some of the documents have been, or look on the website, but there's a lot of great information in there. So they do research articles, but then they also do more of the layperson. I call it the coffee table book. I'm always trying to get my annual report to look like theirs because it's so easy to read. You know, you can skim through it and you know the issue and you know what needs to happen in the future and what their next steps are. So that's how they communicate. If you guys don't know about this stuff, make sure to talk to SFEI staff. And then we just want to thank you.
So we have some time for questions of the San Francisco Bay panel. Does anyone have any questions or comments? We have time at the end of the whole regional perspective for more too. Okay, hearing none, thank you very much, panel. Okay, next we have...
Rick, I did bring 2 copies of the Pulse
I did bring 2 copies of the Pulse that summarize our contaminants emerging concern findings from 2013 here. So first come, first served. And we can get copies for other folks. It's available online through the RMP webpage. We have a lot if you want one hard copy, but not with us.
Okay. Question?
Based on research, is there an effort to possibly have those research methods part of the standard methods, or
So I might pass this one to Becky, but many of these methods, so over the years, we've been working with a laboratory that's actually not in the United States. They're Access Analytical. They're a research laboratory that's out in Canada because they are helping develop these methods. And so the methods, at that point in time when we first started, were not approved. And they're still developing the methods, and they're still refining the methods. So when we look at some of the studies like pharmaceuticals, I'm interested to see because we did samples back in the early 2000s, and now we're sampling again. And we need to go look back also when we're looking at the QAQC, what was the MDL at that point in time from the first sampling to the second. So yes, they're trying to develop them and get them approved by EPA, but as you know, it takes a long time.
Along those same lines, one of the challenges with analytical methods is reproducibility and more broader application outside of the research setting. And what I haven't seen kind of coming along in these programs, and I understand why there's funding limitations, is the prospect of that transition and doing interlaboratory comparisons to assure that the analytical methods are reproducible outside of the academic setting and then can achieve the quality control requirements that most programs expect. So kind of what's the vision for that to assure that in the future there's some funding for that type of option?
I would say that with the ARMP, we do inner comparisons when we switch labs. So that has come up. Most recently, some of our PVDEs were switching labs. So we are having to do that inner comparison study. So it's really important when you're doing temporal trends. You can't compare to an old method if you don't have some level of data there to compare.
Yeah, and I want to add to that. We're operating in a dilemma that you know how much attention this is getting nationally. And when we had that workshop in 2009, we had folks from EPA promoting the work they're doing, and I quizzed them. How many dollars are you have to work on these things? Nationally, about $1 million. That was then. Think about perhaps now. It's sad that we don't have it. So California is challenged because we don't have the benefit of a national platform to build upon, perhaps. But so where we're at least in our program, is because we're doing it with a collaborative spirit. We are avoiding the angst that comes with direct regulatory required monitoring. And standard methods become very important when you're regulating for regulatory compliance. When we're in this realm of doing studies and that we're peer reviewing our results, there's less angst. So we're putting our resources towards the best quality of ensuring the best quality of our data and comfort with its use. The more we move towards the regulatory arena, the more this becomes a real issue. So we definitely need to get our collective act together in California within our resource constraints. The more we can do this collaboratively with the discharge community, so we can be willing to use quote-unquote non-standard methods for studies that can inform things, as long as we avoid those non-standard methods for regulatory compliance. I think we have reached that Goldilocks area that we can work within.
Just to follow on that comment, I'm Tom Young at UC Davis, and we're engaged in EPA sponsoring a round robin on targeted methods during this 2017 year. It's not aimed specifically at water monitoring, it's aimed at just non-target method validation, but there's some 20 labs across the country participating, and the goal, and EPA is preparing spike samples of various matrices with known contaminants from their ToxCast library of chemicals that they've been testing, and they've distributed them to the labs, and then everybody's supposed to analyze them with whatever method they use. And it's mostly aimed at, can you successfully identify an unknown chemical, more than it's aimed at quantitating, but at least it's something in that regard.
Okay, well, that ends the questions because we only have one mic. Thank you very much for the questions. Actually, we'll engage with more dialogue when we get more batteries. So our next speaker is providing a Southern California perspective. His name is Jerry Foley. He's manager of laboratories at LA County Sanitation District. Close enough. Joe, thank you for coming down or up, and here you go.
Thank you. Good morning, everybody. I'm a last minute, well, not last minute, but a month ago I was asked to stand in for Ms. Ann Heil, who's our technical services section head in monitoring. So this is her presentation, so I'll do my best to deliver the messages as confidently as she would. So what I'm going to talk today about is three areas. We're going to give you an overview of what LA County Sanitation has been doing for the past 25, 30 years related to CECs, some of the lessons we've learned during that period of time, and make some recommendations based on our perspective as to the key things going forward. And a lot of the discussion I just heard is very relevant, and you're going to hear me support a lot of the things that Karen mentioned in her talk, with a couple deviations that hopefully you'll take note of. So if you're not familiar with our system, we are a very large wastewater treatment system, mostly in the southwestern part of LA County. We treat about 400 million gallons of water a day in 11 different treatment plants, including a plant down here along the coast in Carson that discharges offshore in about 200 feet of water. Now, it's our mission to not only provide treatment that protects public and environmental health, but we also, part of our mission is to create resources from that waste, whether that be clean energy, whether that be high nutrient compost for soil additives, or whether that's recycled water to augment local water supplies. We want to make the most use out of this treatment that we're providing. So we are a major producer of recycled water. We put out about 100,000 acre-feet per year, and we've been augmenting local groundwater supplies since 1962. It's a very long-running program. We also produce about 350,000 wet tons of compost applied for biosolids each year. So it's really mission critical that we can ensure the safety of the biosolids as well as the recycled water. And as Karen said, it's in our best interest to make sure we're not creating problems with these products. It's equally important that we don't ruin their reputation either. You've all heard the toilet to tap issues and things like that. We are, especially in Southern California, we need this water. And we have to make sure it's safe, but we don't want people to just write it off as safety when it's not. So some of the first steps we took towards addressing CECs happened in the early 90s. As I mentioned, we had been discharging our tertiary treated water to this area called the Montebello Forebay, where it percolated through the soil aquifer and was then withdrawn years later through the local wells and served to the public. So we commissioned a couple of epidemiological studies looking at birth outcomes and other potential health effects from the community that had been drinking this water at the time for over 30 years. I'm glad to say we found no any outcomes that were problematic. We also initiated a soil aquifer treatment study looking not only at specific CECs like nonylphenols and estradiols, but also looking at their activity, utilizing some of these in vitro assays, and even developing our own kind of modification of the EPA wet fat minnow test to look at the telogenin synthesis before and after soil aquifer treatment. And for this study, we found that it was a very effective way to remove these compounds and that estrogenic activity from wastewater when it was present. As most of you know, USGS came out with their kind of groundbreaking report in 2002 that found the presence of these pharmaceuticals and personal care products in about 80% of the water bodies they examined. That kind of refocused everybody on environmental risks as well as human health risks. And as an agency, we decided to take a three-pronged approach. We were going to look at source control, we were going to look at improved monitoring, and supporting basic research to understand what risk these chemicals pose. So as far as source control, back in 2002, right after that paper came out, Department of Health Services released a memo suggesting that people could store their pharmaceuticals and personal care products that they'd be more or less taken care of. Well, we didn't think that was a wise choice, and we lobbied them to revise the memo to be more explicit about which chemicals we felt could be handled by the treatment plant, which ones couldn't. And they did eventually revise that memo, and it included not only some specific directions, but it told them to talk with their local regional water quality control board before they made a final decision on how to get rid of pharmaceuticals. This led to interacting with the public and local hospitals on this no drugs down the drain policy or practice, where we encourage them to, instead of putting them in the toilet, to actually dispose of them through solid waste means, usually wrapping them up in used kitty litter so nobody would want to try to pull them out and use them recreationally. But that was an active campaign that's still ongoing. And more recently, we've been supporting a local ordinance in LA County that's trying to develop a pharmaceutical take-back program administered by the pharmaceutical manufacturers. And like Karen said, it's been written. It's sitting on somebody's desk for review for a long time now. It's a very powerful lobby that's difficult to break through. But those are things that are in the works. We also started to improve our analytical capabilities. So we started buying all the cool toys, I think. I'm a marine biologist by training, but I believe this is an HPLC tandem mass spec combo. We started working on method development, and in 2006, I think, or 2008, we had 34 methods for wastewater validated, full validation. And then in 2012, that method was the basis for a standard methods, approved method and standard method, 6810 for pharmaceuticals and personal care products. So there is at least one standard method out there that is approved. Once we had the tools, now we started analyzing our wastewater. What you see here is all of our different wastewater plants. This one in light purple on the bottom is our ocean discharge. These are all tertiary or an NDN treated plant. This is the full secondary plant. So we collected about 6,000, 7,000 data points at this time, and we see these chemicals everywhere. Everywhere we look, we see them. But fortunately, most, with the exception of esterone, glycolide, and diclofenac, they don't raise the levels that the expert panel, which was mentioned earlier, has identified as monitoring trigger thresholds. So we see them, but they're at very low levels. But we do occasionally see something like methylbamate, which is a sedative, and depending on which plant you go to, we can see a wide range. You probably said something about the population we're serving more than anything else. And interesting, the lowest treated plant is close to the bottom in terms of what's in the so. We've also done a lot of treatability studies within the plant, looking at things like diurnal loading. Do these all come in with the morning flush, or is it a constant flow? Looking at the use of zeolites to remove estrogenic activity, looking at disinfection byproducts and their estrogenic activity, ozonation as an alternative, and whether we're causing byproducts that could also be problematic. So we do a lot of that type of work. One of the first studies we did looking in the environment had to do with, we were invited to participate in a pilot project with SWRCB by O3. So they wanted to look at the presence of some emerging contaminants, sediments, fish tissue and look for the physiological responses associated with exposure. So we joined the party and paid for a histological examination of all the gonad tissue from these flatfish that we were collecting. And one of the outcomes of that was we saw about a 20% incidence of eggs in male testes in these flatfish, which was a very shocking and concerning result to all of us involved. And it led to the mobilization of the 4 major POTWs, several universities, and SWRCB put together, I think we had about $750,000 in cash, probably equal amounts in in-kind support from the agencies, to really look around the outfalls to see what's going on here, because this was a big concern to all of us. We collected sediment, water, effluent. We looked in tissues, blood, and we looked at histology, population levels, everything, to try to get a sense. And what we found was, it's all out there, you name it, probably out there. The levels seemed kind of low for the most part. There was definitely exposure occurring. We saw some indications in the physiological responses that they were seeing these things, but we didn't see any effects at the organismal level or the population level. In fact, we didn't see any histo issues. We saw one incident of ootestes, and it was at our control site. Well, as much of a control site as you can get in Southern California. So, long story short, the reason for this was the original data was slow. The QA/QC on those samples somehow cross-contaminated male and female tissues. And it was only after we went and spent all this time and energy and money that we found out that the whole thing was based on a faulty premise. That was a very painful lesson to learn. So, more recently, we've been helping out the LA Regional Water Quality Control Board on a series of studies on local rivers, including the San Gabriel, the Santa Clara, and the LA River. And they're looking at the fate and occurrence of CECs in these different water bodies. So, once again, when we look in these receiving waters, we're seeing all the chemicals, but only a few are rising above that monitoring trigger level established by the expert panel, specifically diclofenac and galaxolide. We also went and did a comprehensive study on our largest freshwater discharging treatment plant, San Jose Creek East. This plant produces about 100 million gallons of water a day, and it goes either to spreading basins for reuse or to the San Gabriel River. So internally, we had analytical methods to look at the effluent. We developed a cell assay looking at an estrogen reporter gene assay. And we also developed capacity to run the 21-day fathead minnow reproduction assay that EPA was developing or has developed. So we went through that whole process, and like I said in the other examples, we saw the chemicals. We saw very low levels of estrogenic activity associated with the effluent, and we saw really nothing at the organismal level to indicate that there was much going on. And more recently, we've been partnering with SWRCB to look at linkages between cellular assays and the whole organism or the outcomes of concern. Ultimately we're concerned with, are these fish able to reproduce? Are they healthy? Are they immunosuppressed? These are the outcomes we're concerned with, but we need to have a very effective and efficient way to understand that. And I gotta say, I don't think analytical chemistry is the way to get there. There's too many chemicals out there. The byproducts associated with those chemicals are too numerous. There's new ones coming on the market every day. And even after you had methods for all of that, now you've got synergistic and antagonistic responses in the receiving water you got to deal with. let the biology be the integrator. And if you see a problem in the biology, then circle back and focus in on what's causing it. So, key to that is developing linkages between, cellular level responses and the endpoints we care about. So we did some work with SWRCB, looking at a couple different reporter gene assays, a microarray, and running that 21-day fish test side by side. I'll talk a little bit more about that. There's clearly linkages. One of the things you got to also understand, especially if this is ever going to get to a regulatory or a monitoring program, is the reliability that some of you were talking about. Biology is not clean, it's fuzzy, it's messy, it's complex. It's often variable. And that variability is key. You don't want to often make a decision based on one bioassay result without understanding how reliable it is. Okay. So what are the lessons learned? Well, I've already probably said half of them. Bad QA/QC is bad news. What I didn't tell you in the first story about the flatfish was leading up to a CTAC conference in 2005, the LA Times they found out there was a series of papers we were presenting on it. They interviewed several of the researchers, and I think it was the Monday of CTAC on the 14th. They put out an article in the LA Times basically saying that there was this problem off the coast. It went viral. I mean, some of us were in a session at CTAC, and all you could hear every cell phone going on. We all got called out into, either conference calls with our supervisors or other press wanting to get an interview. And some of the reporting was very questionable. This, to me, looks like the worst dinner cruise ever. Male fish with eggs and sewage off the couch. Apparently, UPI has a very capable lab and was able to identify sunscreens as the source all in a day. Pretty impressive stuff. And even China, by 24 hours later, was putting out, so it went viral. And this gets back to not only did we spend a lot of money that could have been spent maybe on other things that were more important, but it hurt the reputation of our discharge. And we can't afford to have things like that happen with our recycled water and our compost, our biosolids, unless it's warranted. So QA is important. It's not just a side thing that gets done later on. It needs to be done now. Now, once we have figured out what levels of certain compounds are of concern, we need to link them to management actions that are meaningful. And this is just one way to do it. It's not necessarily the best way, but it's important to keep things in perspective. So here what we've got is, for human health effects, a therapeutic dose of ibuprofen here and an estimate of the number of years of exposure to the biosolids, I think in this case, it would take to get that therapeutic dose. Now, I know that's not the whole story. We're not just concerned about therapeutic doses that people are taking because they have other issues. We want to limit exposure to people that don't have joint pain or infections, etc. But I think it's important to keep things in perspective. We don't seem to have fish kills up and down the coast due to some agent that we can't identify. Let's do this right. Let's take our time. Then again, linkages are the key to the use of the bioanalytical techniques. I'm a firm believer that we need to focus on the bioanalytical tools. And ideally, we want to be able to screen waters at this level and be able to say something definitively about what's going to happen at the organism level. We're a long ways from there. There's all these steps in between that we can focus on and develop the linkages. This data is from our first linkage study, but data is not important, except to say that cell assays are very sensitive. They react at very low levels. As you move up in level of organization, biologically, the amount of material that causes these impacts typically goes up as well. So not only understanding what multiplier you need to go from one level to the next, but how reliable are these assays day to day, supplier to supplier, lab to lab? That's really important to figure out as well. And if we ever get there, it's important that we document our steps. For those of you that are, versed in whole effluent toxicity, this was the concept back in the 80s. So you let the biology do the talking, and then circle back to TIEs, figure out what's causing the problem, and then fix that problem. Well, it's taken on a life of its own since then. And we have, where the toxic test in and of itself is an end. It is like copper. I can't go off the shelf and pull all that toxicity and make up a solution that has X amount of toxicity in it. But that's the way it's being treated. And it's led to problems, and it could be utilized better if we just treated it the way it was meant to be treated. So here, same thing. Set your thresholds at levels that mean something, and then explain why, and communicate why, and advise people as to how and how not to use them. I think that's really important. And this is kind of corollary. So until we get to that point, screening bioassays are great. They should be developed, they should be validated, and they should be utilized because it's more efficient, but it's not the end. Response to a screening assay without those linkages should just be an indication to go do more work. Go out there and look closer, try to establish a linkage for that site-specific water body, and don't put any more into it than that. Something else that we've learned is that, this has to be a scientifically based process, not a political, not an advocacy-based process that's driving development. And applaud the state for development of these expert panels. They've done a great job. We're very happy with the progress they've made and the recommendations. And let's just keep it that way for now, so we can get this science to the point where we can start making regulatory programs around it. Something else that we comment on whenever asked to is we feel like pesticide monitoring should really be done by a DPR. It's mostly a practical matter. They've got the charge to ensure the safety of these products. They've got the resources and infrastructure to do it. We've got our hands full with everything else in the chemical world besides pesticides. So collaboration with them and letting them take the lead is probably one way we can get around this resource crunch. Non-targeted analysis. He's going to hate me for this. Non-targeted analysis is great. It has a role to play, but we see it a little differently than it's been described so far. This is a great tool when you identify a problem, you've looked at your usual suspects, and you haven't been able to find a bad actor. Time to start looking for something out there in the weeds. Very powerful tool, but it can really diffuse the issue. If you're using this as a primary monitoring tool, you're getting all these peaks, and you don't know what they are, whether they're natural or anthropogenic, whether they're toxic or not. It really just confuses the issue. We could use that, not a bad technique or anything like that. It's just, let's focus on the development of the bioanalytical tools so we can identify when there's a problem and then use the NTA to sort out what the bad actor is. Now, if you want to go after specific chemicals, one way to do it is, like others have, just look at production, sales and usage data. That can help you find new development. Okay. If you want to look at, where the next problems might come from, this is one approach. Not perfect, but you can just look at what are the new pesticides WI's done and the expert panels in setting that makes all the sense in the world. Strong supporters of that. This is another version of another play for source control. Is a very effective means of dealing with these compounds. And this is just a reiteration of the data you already saw for PDEs, showing the decline of one of the congeners over the past 10 years. And, that was without any kind of increased treatment or anything else except public awareness and legislative action. And then stakeholder input is important. Engaging stakeholders is great, but it's even better when we feel like we have an audience, they're listened to, and our suggestions are seriously considered. I got to say, with the expert panels on CEC monitoring, that has been the case. It's been a wonderful experience. In other policy developments or monitoring plan development, it hasn't always been that way. So, and then collaboration, highly valuable. For all the reasons Karen mentioned, we want to make sure our products are safe and that they're available and that we're meeting our mission to provide those waste of resources to the public. And, we can bring different perspective and ideas. We can leverage. We're willing to spend our own money to move this along, and it helps with technology transfer. I mean, there's a lot of benefits. Collaboration is really essential to this whole process. So just a couple more slides. So going forward, a reiteration of everything I just said. Coordination and input are important. This is a statewide issue. It's bigger than the state, but we're treating it as a statewide issue. Let's not duplicate efforts. Let's have the regions talk to one another about what they're planning and develop their special studies and pilot work in ways that enhance what others have done. Continue the stakeholder involvement process, and the use of the expert panels has been just what we needed to keep this a scientifically based process. We would suggest focus on the important science needs, specifically the linkage studies for bioassays, focus on the bioanalytical tool development, standardize and validate. Let's not let the QA just be an afterthought. And then establish these thresholds appropriately and then communicate them to the end users. And then finally, true source control efforts are probably the easiest way to keep this stuff out of the environment. So there's a series of groups here that are active in doing that, including the State Safer Consumer Products Regs, TASCA, prioritization of chemicals, DPR, we mentioned earlier, and then these public ouch pharmaceutical take-back programs. With that, I'll take any questions.
So, Joe, tell me what you think about pesticides. You're suggesting DPR take the lead on pesticide monitoring, but it's basically chemistry monitoring.
Well, it's their charge to make sure that their products are safe. They're safe at all stages of use. And so all we're suggesting is that they're the ones that should be handling this.
Handling it how? Like whether the chemicals are there or not, or whether they're there at toxic concentration?
No, I would think you carry that all the way through to whether there's environmental risk associated with them. And if there is, they figure out a way to either take that product off the market. I mean, everything we want done with pesticides in this form is really in their charge. And all we're saying is that why should we take that on as well? It's kind of like the pharmaceutical take-back program, right? Those people are making all that money on these pharmaceuticals. They should be responsible for the cleanup.
Yes, so I guess that'll just be part of the discussion over today and tomorrow.
Yep.
Hi,
Hi, this is Jennifer Taylor, the Department of Outside Regulation. Hi. So I think Karin did a really great job of describing how we really need to partner with wastewater community in order to obtain meaningful data. So, right now there's just a lot of unknowns, and without partnerships in real-life wastewater treatment facilities where we know what's occurring, we don't really have a whole lot of path forward. I mean, we can think about conceptual diagrams all day, but at the end of the day, we do need monitoring data.
So, yes, please don't get the wrong impression. That I'm serious about the collaboration part of all this. More than happy to help provide the data, but I think when it comes to somebody taking the lead on what needs to be done and when and how it's going to get done, we feel like DPR is the right place. They've already got it in their charge, so we're happy to help in any way we can to give you the information you need.
Great, thank you. And anyone else who hasn't met me who's in the wastewater community, come get my card. We're happy to chat about what we're doing. Thanks.
Any other questions?
Thank you very much, everybody.
Thank you. Okay, so we're actually pretty much right on schedule. So I'm going to take a break. We're going to go to lunch. We're going to start sharp at 1 o'clock here. Be here 5-10 minutes early because I'm letting you out early. And we'll start at 1 o'clock sharp, like I said. And we'll continue throughout. We have an add-on presentation at the very end of the day that's going to cover the regional board's perspective down in Los Angeles. Thank you. Linda, can they leave stuff in the room? Can they leave stuff in the room? I don't know about that. Yeah, don't make it too hard.
This meeting is now being recorded.
Okay, I'm going to get us started here. Everyone can grab a seat, please. Thanks. So lots of good side conversations, it looks like, sounds like. I'm glad to see that. There'll be more opportunity in the afternoon. I should have thanked Linda. Thank you, Linda, and your facilities for hosting us here and all the wonderful stuff that goes along with that. And then the Academy provided the snacks. So be sure and sign in because that's how people get paid for the reimbursement of the snacks. Okay. So this afternoon we've got a couple other panels. The first one's going to focus on research and monitoring updates and an overview from our partners that are helping us. And first up is a team from Southern California Coastal Water Research Project. Leading it off is Albina or Keith? Keith. Okay, so Keith Maria from SWRCB and then Albina Mahinko from SWRCB talking about bioanalytical monitoring and related topics.
Thanks, Greg. And thanks for the invite. A little bit about SWRCB for anybody that doesn't know us. We are located in Southern California, and we're a joint powers research agency, a public research agency. Our board, governing board, so to speak, are the regional boards down in Southern California, the State Water Board, which is why we're involved in some of the statewide guidance, as well as both the wastewater discharges and the stormwater committees down in SoCal. I'm going to talk a little bit about incorporating or enhancing current monitoring, especially for CECs, using these two specific, quote, new tools. Bioscreen, I'll call it bioscreen, bioanalytical screen, cell assay. We all use them in the same thing. So, and then also touch on non-targeted, which again, you guys have heard a little bit this morning about what it can do. The brain trust at SWRCB is myself, and Albina will be following me. She's going to be talking about how we can interpret bioscreening results, and I'll pretty much talk about how we can apply these new tools to, again, help us understand what CECs are present and what kind of biological activity we might expect from them. Steve Weisberg has been instrumental in framing this approach with us as well. So I won't do a lot of introductions. You've heard CECs. There's thousands of these chemicals that we know about. Clearly, some of these chemicals we don't worry about. They don't get introduced to the environment. Many of these are intermediate chemical building blocks. So again, they're not discharged, but we don't get exposed to them through consumer products. First, Karin triclosan is the correct pronunciation because that's trichlorine, that's trichlorine. So when you say triclosan, I would say you're saying it right. That is one of the CECs that we have been studying. We also have CECs that are actually both natural and synthetic hormones are classified as CECs. They can have activity at pretty low levels. And then we have pesticides, which again, I think is probably of heightened importance or interest in the Central Valley. There are a lot of urban pesticides as well. Fipronil is the one you heard about this morning, goes through wastewater treatment plants. Can be in surface runoff as well. And Fipronil can have, again, effects to non-target organisms, aquatic invertebrates, at pretty low levels, even parts per trillion perhaps. So, CECs, a lot of them can have impacts at low levels. How do we go about dealing with that? The second part of the unknowns. When these things either metabolize, they get transformed in treatment plants, they create new compounds which are not necessarily CO2 and going into the air. So let's keep in mind that we've got degradation products as well, and the current monitoring, when we look at target lists, rarely touches these metabolites or transformation products. Okay, and I mentioned the effects of some of these CECs can be borne out at exceedingly low levels. We're looking at thresholds clearly in the parts per billion or even lower range. So we need methods, we need test methods, we need targeted methods, we need bioscreening methods that get to those low levels as early warning indicators. So how we got involved, I guess it was back in 2008 or 9. This CECs came up through the recycled water policy in California first, not in the ambient side. And basically the three questions that were not addressed well enough by current science was, what methods do we use for these CECs? We have targeted methods, but they're not good enough, they're not comprehensive enough. We may look at a dozen pharmaceuticals, but we have hundreds in the environment. How low do these methods need to go? Standardized methods, as we know, sometimes are not very conservative. We like to report them we like to be comfortable, but we typically are very conservative in our reporting limits, have been in the high PPD range. Clearly, we need to push ourselves, some of these analytes, to go a little lower. You guys hear me in the background? Not really? All right, sorry. And then the third thing is, these things do not exist in the environment individually. Everything combines, especially in the ambient environment, to form what we call a chemical soup. And so how do we deal with mixtures? Targeted lists really don't get you there. From the regional standpoint, everybody wonders whether statewide lists apply to them. And my quick answer is probably some do, maybe some don't. The science being performed at a statewide level looks at regional data, looks at statewide data, looks at national data, and sometimes it looks at international data. So many of the compounds that you see in these statewide lists are not just present, obviously, in California, but around the world. Everybody wants to know, okay, we get detections at parts per billion or parts per trillion. So what's the big deal? We need to have the science to back setting of appropriate thresholds that are relevant for the management community. And then clearly, if we do detect things, the next step would be where do these things originate from, how are we going to control them if management action is warranted. And then the last thing I hope to touch on, I'm not sure I'll have enough time, but the question of QA/QC and how we standardize, how we generate data that are comparable across methods or across labs is very important. For the bioscreening, we've considered that, and we have a plan and we have some preliminary data to show that you can be reproducible as long as, again, you standardize your methods and you pay strict attention to your QA/QC criteria. Okay. So the first thing, back in 2009, you've heard about this statewide panel. I think it's been mentioned by just about everybody. It was convened by the State Water Board, and SWRCB was a facilitating agency. We had 6 experts. We added a 7th for ambient, and they did 2 things in general. One, they recommended this risk-based assessment framework that Tom and Becky and then just about everybody touched upon. And there are no issues with this. Everybody passed this. If you have the data to generate occurrence and toxicity, you marry those 2 concepts, you have a solid foundation for either listing or, let's say, delisting a contaminant. But the bigger challenge was, okay, what about the compounds that we don't have enough data to do a risk assessment? And that's a big chunk of what CECs are. We don't have methods for a lot of, clearly, metabolites and things like that. So what do we do? And the expert panel weighed in on that, and that's where these 2 tools that I'll be talking about come in. And I'll also mention that, again, Joe mentioned this panel was open to the public. They did not lock themselves in a room and come out after 12 months and say, well, here's our list. See you later. They wanted to hear from you all. I think Ken Landau was one of the original stakeholders on this panel, so we wanted to hear statewide input on what we were doing and make sure that you guys all buy in, or if you didn't buy in, why not? So, again, real quickly, there is a targeted list of CECs that were recommended by the panel statewide, and it runs through all the classes. There's hormones, there's pesticides, there's the last slide, which is a perfume component, synthetic perfume. So triclosan is on the list. And we're starting to collect data for these compounds. There are methods out there. Are they completely standardized? No. These are mostly research methods, but there are other labs out there doing it. In fact, this data comes from JOSHA. LA County Santa has an excellent LCMS in this lab. And we trust their data. They've shown they can validate their results. And so merging that kind of effort with the other people that are measuring is what's needed to make sure that the data are comparable. So here's our current picture for monitoring, right? We do a list of chemical constituents, whether they be metals or organics, whatnot. We do some mostly whole animal toxicity testing to see if we see a biological effect. And then we go in the field to make sure that, again, populations aren't declining over a long time period or right next to a huge outfall. We can do spatial and temporal studies in the field. Vary these three lines of evidence to make sure that nothing funny is going on. The issue here is, of course, this is relatively inexpensive in short term, but the more you go towards field work, the more expensive, the more time consuming, and the longer time scales that are involved. So it just becomes more complex and more expensive. So the panel weighed in. They asked themselves, is there a better way to do this? And the answer was yes, we think so. Consider using these cell assays that are engineered to respond to groups of chemicals, not individual chemicals. And as Joe mentioned, Joe, I don't hate you, I agree with you. And if we can't figure out what's causing that biological response at the cellular level or even at the whole organism level, let's use a more encompassing chemical method, which we call non-targeted, to see if we can identify what those bioactive chemicals are. Adaptive management is in just about every presentation, and I'll show Tom's famous tiered response chart later in the talk. But clearly, when we're collecting data, we don't want to tie ourselves down into hard regulatory requirements when the data uncertainty is still at a high level. So we want to be adaptive. Okay. So these bioscreening tools, they are cells. They could be human cells, they could be bacterial cells, they could be animal cells. But they're basically impregnated or engineered to respond to certain classes of chemicals, whether it's through receptor-based activity, and then they're, again, amended with some tag or light sensor substance that allows for a pretty easy measurement using a fluorometer or a spectroscopic measurement. That's all the basic technology is for bioscreening. And I think Alvina might get into it a little bit further. What those cells do, though, they're not just detecting exposure to the chemical. It actually initiates a sequence where they're generating the next response in a toxicological pathway. That's a generation of a protein that, again, is part of a sequence that will get you to your reproductive anomaly or some other deleterious effect that you're interested in. So it not only gets you to exposure, but it portends what might happen at the whole organism level. And we've been using a handful of these cell assays in some pilot studies, again, sponsored by OEMA and the Swamp folks. In Southern California, we're looking at endocrine response using these cells. Estrogenicity is probably the most mature cell line that we have going right now. And so we applied this estrogen screen to stream waters in Southern California. We have 33 streams here. And basically we saw pretty low levels of response, if anything. And this was across different land uses. We have urban streams, we have open space, and we have some light ag down in Southern California. The general message is we can get to a level that's pretty low, about less than a nanogram per liter estrogen equivalent. We don't see much activity in these watersheds. We did the same thing in the Russian River with Shinri and I didn't see Rich, but I know Rich is here. Hey, Rich. They were brave enough to say, hey, sir, why don't you try these things up in the Russian River? So we did. Here are the bioscreening results for different sections of the Russian River, different samples collected in the water. You can see they're all pretty much non-detect. What we did also in the study was compare that to a chemical equivalent. We used analytical chemistry to measure the estrogens in that fashion. And you can compare the two. If you compare the two and they match, well, you pretty much explain through bioassays what the chemistry is seeing. In other words, they correspond. And that's what we saw here. Very low levels of activity, both from bioscreening and through conventional analytical chemistry. The one sample, we did test a couple of effluents, and the one sample that was positive in both. And I'll just point out here, the bioscreening gave us a result of about 2. The LCMS gave us 0.64. There's one compound. But again, these screens integrate all estrogenic compounds, not just one. And so we did detect in this effluent sample 11 nanograms per liter of estrone, which is less potent than that E2. And if you assume that it's 10% less potent, you're pretty much right up against that. You sum those, you're pretty much right in line with that result too. So very promising at a low level that we're seeing the same response chemistry-wise, cell-wise, and and that the mass balances match as well. This also is important in that some of the concerns with bioscreening is you'll get a lot of responses and you won't know how to interpret that. At least at the low levels, we're not seeing a lot of spurious false positives yet. Again, this is very small sample size. I think okay. Real quick, AHR is just another different response. It's a more broad cell assay that pretty much responds to aromatic structures or aromatic chemicals, PAHs and whatnot. And this is Mike Dennison's data actually from UC Davis. We see a little more wide response, some higher levels for AHR. And if we measure our in-stream conditions, these are invertebrate community condition indices here on the Y, we start to see a correlation. So the higher the screening response, the worsening of our benthic community health. We don't know exactly what this means yet, but again, it's a promising start to showing that these screens could, again, mirror what's happening biologically. So what we're thinking for these cell assays is not a replacement of current monitoring, but an enhancement at this screening level. These cell assays, again, they screen for several compounds or all the compounds that will light up that specific biological activity, and it can actually inform what you look for if you do this in concert with a set list of chemicals. The important thing to note is that we only have a handful of these things standardized right now for water quality. And so clearly there are a number of effects and CECs that aren't yet addressed by our current cadre or our current toolbox. Pesticides is probably a good example. So we want to continue this targeted monitoring approach until we have a very complete, or we're confident that these cell assays give us a good coverage. Even then, again, these cell assays will help inform what kinds of chemistries we'll be looking for. And so moreover, I use the example of estrogenicity. A lot of times the bioassays and the chemistry involved will line up and we'll have a good correlation. But for some of these assays, we don't know which chemicals yet are still causing a biological response. And this is data for this is a GR, a glucocorticoid. These are steroids used in creams to anti-inflammatory medications. Their levels are actually about 100 times higher than estrogenic chemicals in effluent. So these are chemicals that we need to keep our eye on. But we don't know which chemicals are creating that response. The mass balance here that we can explain is less than 1%. So we only know a small number of the GR active agents in our effluent. So how do we identify the ones that make up the bulk? That's where the non-targeted analysis comes in. Non-targeted is simply not relying on a set list of compounds to do your analysis. There's still mass spec-based analyses, but you basically have to look at the fingerprint or individual peaks that again you're not targeting the standards. So it's a complex analysis. It's not easy. It's not cheap. It takes a long time, but we're getting better at it. And here's a start on some of the data, again, from that same SoCal stream study. where we saw the AHR response, we saw a wide range, and we grouped the samples by that AHR response here. We lumped about 4 or 5 samples into 3 different categories, and we looked at the complexity of that non-targeted fingerprint. And lo and behold, yeah, the ones with the highest response had more complex fingerprints. So that makes sense. Now we just have to pick apart that fingerprint and find the list of compounds that we think are causing that AHR response and categorize those. So in our again, this is a very idealized framework. And when we're done in 50 years and we've got a comprehensive toolbox, this is the way we think it should work. Screening using cell assays, informing target chemistry, doing the target chemistry in conjunction with the cell assays for compounds or activities that aren't addressed by our cell screening toolbox. These 2 levels, the screen level will inform what kinds of toxicity tests, and Alvina will be talking a little bit about this. And if we can't figure out through target chemistry what's causing our response, invoke the non-target chemistry, again, because it is more costly and complex and time-consuming. And then always continue to do your field monitoring to make sure that any effects that we see of these 2 years are either being realized or not, and understand why that isn't happening. So this is, again, the idealized framework that the panel and SWRC has proposed to the State Water Board. I promised Tom I would, well, here's Tom. So here's your slide at the 2009 workshop that Tom talked about. What to do with the data that we get from any of these pilot studies for CEC monitoring. We clearly need to be adaptive. We clearly need to have the response match the level of exceedance of these thresholds. Okay, so where we are today, there's a number of limitations with these tools, obviously. We're still fairly early in their development, their evaluation, their testing. We have a small number of these cell assays. Most of them deal with endocrine active compounds. So we need to fill out that toolbox. And again, we're working with the Water Board. We're working with different agencies to fulfill that toolbox. Somebody mentioned, well, hey, if 1 lab in the world can do it, what good is it for the rest of us? We are making a concerted effort to transfer this technology into the community. We've worked with LA County. They have a completely different cell line for estrogenicity, but we're comparing results. And so far, the results are comparing. They may not match perfectly, but this is how we're approaching it. We don't want 1 lab in the world to be able to do this. We want all of you all to be able to do these things too. And then clearly the number 3 important point is what are you going to do with that threshold response? You need to have a scientifically defensible threshold, and Alvina will be talking about how we're dealing with that. It's not cheap. It takes time. It's an investment in science. These are research level studies, and there's probably no way around that. So we'd love to work with everybody in the audience in making these happen. The last thing I'll mention is that right now, sample collection and processing is still a limitation to this whole process. We use the same process and the same protocols that they use for analytical chemistry. So again, if you look at that non-targeted schematic I had, you're going to lose some compounds along the way. You don't even really deal with inorganic compounds. So if there's a way to modernize how we deal with samples, including direct analysis of a water sample, that would be huge. So just want to be clear, that schematic was never meant to replace any current monitoring tools, but again, meant to enhance and better inform and make this process more efficient. Okay. So where are we headed next? We do have some more pilot data coming down the line. When it's compiled, maybe in a year or 2, we can sit down with all of y'all and see where we are with these screen tools. Do they act as we expect? And what problems have we seen with them? I mentioned these other 2 thresholds and expanding the box. We really do want to engage anybody who's interested in using this technology. It's not a secret. There's no, require some expertise, but it doesn't require a huge amount. Anybody with a microbiological lab can probably use these things. Non-targeted has a little longer way to go. I'm sure you'll hear from Tom and some other folks that we're really at the beginning of this, but for identifying unknowns, it's about the best we have so far. And then, let's not forget about dealing with the actual water samples. So that, I'm happy to take questions or hand this out to Albina. Questions? But
when you say expensive,
which one? Which one is?
The bioscreen.
Oh, well, all right. If I said the bioscreens are expensive, I misspoke. You can do a suite of bioscreens clearly for the same price or probably less than you can do a long list of chemistry elements. The expense is going to come in with developing the threshold, because those are expensive research type. So you can expect to do a suite of cell assays for a cheaper price. If I said half, I'm just guessing. It should be less.
What about the non-targeted analysis? You said that was estimating? Is that?
It is very expensive.
The expertise or the actual?
The expertise, what you're doing is you're generating a lot of data, and wading through this data is the expensive part, because there are no robots yet that can. Right. Now, people are working on it. They're working on automated ways to go through the data, but again, that's part of the research investment that needs to be had before these things, give you spit out an answer that you can. Yes.
It seems that most of your focus has been on POTWs. Has anybody looked at the volatility and the atmospheric depth of some of these CECs?
So the question is, focus.
The focus seems to be on POTWs. What about atmospheric depth and other sources?
So, well, we haven't focused on POTWs. In fact, the data from the streams, those are basically non-POTW affected streams. And then the second part about atmospheric depth could be a source. We don't know which contaminants. We don't know the mass balance yet. What do you think?
Yeah. Is this on?
Yeah.
I like how you lay things out, but I have a short question, and it seems like, given today, the utility of these tests is that if you screen and you don't get a hit, that's good. We have, I think we're on the cusp of having these confidence that if we don't get a hit, that's a good indicator. The challenge being, if you get a hit, what does that mean? And I actually appreciate how you laid out conceptually how that wouldn't dictate a direct, unquote, regulatory response against it. It triggers hopefully what we got to figure out is a manageable, affordable process to try to figure it out. But at a minimum, though, I think I'm becoming confident that once we have enough use of these tools, at least we can periodically screen to say, yep, there's not something there at levels of concern, and that's what we want to find. We don't want to find the opposite. But right now, we're showing that, like in the Russian River, fortunately, it didn't look too bad.
That is the message. Don't be afraid of these. That's my message. Don't be afraid. You're not going to get a bunch of unexplainable results, especially with chemistry showing you the same thing. Yes.
I'll be happy outside of one of you.
Have them speak up.
Tom just said that if we don't have a hit, then we're good. We don't need to worry. But that would be with good recipe. But but that would be with the tools that we have right now, with the estrogenic tools. So I just wanted to make sure that was clear.
Absolutely correct.
That with the estrogenic tools, we don't have a hit, and we're okay for estrogenic compounds.
Yes.
How far, I mean, this is a separate question, but how many years do you think we're away from sort of routinely using these tools for like a suite of chemicals, not just the estrogenic compounds, but maybe pesticides or metals or any other types of compounds you can find?
So the question was, how far are we to actually use those bioethical screening assays? So just to clarify, we talk a lot about estrogens because we can explain it from the toxicity and the chemistry side, but we've actually screened with a couple of other assays, so that GR, AHR, and they actually target different classes. So right now, to look at exposure, we have more than one tool. How far we are to actually say that we can just rely on those, I would say we're not there yet. Because like you said, there's certain chemicals that have very specific mode of action, and we don't have all the mode of action represented. The key thing with the cell assay, and I'm going to talk about it today, is that, actually, well, might as well start, is that we are actually doing things based on mode of action. It's no longer looking at just pharmaceutical or just pesticides. And I think it's important to mention that because with the assays that we are screening for some pesticides because some pesticides do have the mode of action that we currently covered. But other chemicals like the neonicotinoids that have very specific mode of action, we may not be able to screen for those. So to get to your question, we can do a good job right now, but the goal of this strategy is to prioritize and refine. And in no way, at least in the next 5 to 10 years, is it to replace anything. So what we know, we should still continue to do it. But when we have questions and uncertainties, those cell assays can help us because they're covering compounds for which we may not have methods, or we may not even know they're out there. And I also wanted to point out before I start my presentation that this strategy isn't just happening at SWRCB or in Southern California. It's a global study, and in fact, Richard is going to talk about it as well. And in Europe, they're also doing the same thing, looking for mode of action, and then narrowing down which type of chemicals and which type of toxicity we can. But as you can understand, bioactivity is a measure of exposure. Exposure does not always mean effect. And so for us to be confident in using those tools, we need to develop thresholds. And this is done by doing linkage studies to quantify that response. What I've shown here is a little low, but hopefully you guys can see it. Oh yeah. So this in biology toxicology is known as an adverse outcome pathway. And it's a way of looking at biology and how things happen in organisms. It starts from simple chemical exposure and how that interacts with a receptor. And that will be captured in those cell assays. But just a response within the cell does not necessarily mean that we have an impact at the whole organism level. So we need to understand this relationship and, more importantly, quantify that relationship in order to set reliable thresholds and make sure that we can use cell assays as a screening tool and direct towards the different type of toxicity tests. So we've used this outcome pathway framework to do some work and understand this linkage. The example I'm going to show you today is with estradiol. It's a female hormone. And so what we did is we looked at we did the cell assays, and then we did a fish study where we looked at gene expression, tissue, and whole organism. Again, the goal here is to quantify the response. So I'm going to show you a couple of data slides. So first, I want to point out that when we do the cell assays, these might be a little hard for you to see, but this is a dose response curve. And so we can quantify that response. It's not just light or absence of light. We can actually quantify that response. And for the purpose of this talk, I want you to pay attention to the red line. The red line is estimated about 25 nanograms for our assay with estradiol, and we've used this as a threshold. It's when we have 50% response in the cell assay. And the studies we did was to see whether or not we can establish a threshold that is protective of aquatic organisms. So we looked at different levels. The first one was gene expression. We usually do gene expression because those are the first indicators, like proteins, genes, those things change very rapidly. And we looked at vitellogenin. It's a marker that's usually produced in females, so males or any juveniles should not have those markers. We analyzed them in different species, different stages, in different labs. And I want to point that out as we discussed in reproducibility and the reliability of the results. These were 3 different tests, 3 different life stages. And what you see here is that each time, considering that this is a cell assay threshold, with red lines, you see a high increase above that threshold. So this goes along our hypothesis that cell assays are very sensitive, but if we can understand how sensitive they are in relative to what actually happens in the whole organism, we can actually make informed decision on the threshold. Obviously, nobody is expected to do any kind of regulation based on gene expression. As I said, they change very rapidly, they're regulated, and changes in genes do not necessarily mean an adverse effect. So what we looked at is organ and organism response. I'm only showing you one of the studies here, but for the juveniles, the silver side, we looked at the gonads. Often when we do toxicity, we look at growth, we looked at survival, and those may be very useful indicators. But for something like, for example, estrogen, the levels in the environment will not affect growth or survival, but they can have other very significant impacts. In this case, the silver side, so these fish are gender neutral when they're born, and then later on during the developmental stage, they develop gonads. And again, if you look at this cell assay threshold, so this would give, the red line is the cell assay where we had about 50% of the response in the cell assay. At concentrations below that, we have about 50% of the population that's female, the rest would differentiate into males. However, when we expose fish to higher concentrations, the ratio is completely skewed, and we have only female. So we did not go as far as looking at population, but you can imagine that if all the population developed into female, then there's no reproduction, and that might affect the population. I also want to point out, Joe showed some of the results too, but when we did an adult reproductive test, we also saw that it took, I believe, it was 330 to 300 times higher the concentration to start to see effect at the reproductive level. The key message here is that we've been able to demonstrate with different tests, different labs, different species, that there is a potential for linkage. And there's no real mystery. That's the whole premise of the adverse outcome pathway. What's unique about what we're doing now is starting to identify thresholds. And so the numbers really are what I want you to focus on. If a cell assay had a threshold of about 25 nanograms, what we can see now is that it takes 7 up to 20 and more times higher concentration to start to see effect in fish. So that's promising, but as has been said several times, that's not enough. We need to do more to refine the threshold, but also to make sure, so that's one of the things you just mentioned, right? We want to make sure that we have assays for all the relevant mode of action. Neurotoxicity, immunotoxicity, and a lot of others. And we need to continue to quantify that relationship, not just investigate, but also quantify so that we can have reliable thresholds for promising endpoints. And these are the endpoints we're currently using. Those endpoints have already been used in recycled water and waste treatment plants around the world. We're working with people in Australia and Germany. They've all used those different endpoints. They're able to explain some of the response, not all of it. But aside from the estrogen, none of them have very reliable linkage. So that's why there's a lot of work that needs to be done. And I also want to point out that work in the lab is good, but in the lab what we're doing is removing the complexity that you eventually have to deal with. And so one of the things we started to work on with LA Regional Board is field studies. It's complex. And what that means is instead of focusing on one pathway, one cell assay, we now start to look at everything that could be out there. And that's very important too. Lab studies are key, obviously, to understand the linearity of the things. But eventually, we need to make sure those thresholds are relevant in the field. And so once we have that data, we will then be able to establish the effect thresholds. And finally, we can now investigate the use of them in a weight of evidence approach. So once again,
They should be part of the toolbox for monitoring and in no way a means to an end. With that, I'd like to thank everybody that participated in the data that I've shown today, and I'll take any questions.
Okay, thank you, Alvina and Keith. I'm sure there'll be some more questions from me. All right, so next we have a suite of presentations from Northern California Studies and Monitoring folks. Leading us off again is Becky Sutton, and then should be followed by Thomas Young and Richard Connor. Is this working? Yes. Yes.
All right, so me again. Up here representing the Bay RMP, and when we were thinking about tools for monitoring, we took a little bit of a step back, and instead of focusing on these really interesting technological advances that, being in Keith just presented and that we're going to hear about after this too, we wanted to think more about approaches and processes that end up being part of our toolbox. So here I came up with 10 different essential tools for success for the RMP. I wasn't planning to read these, but since these bottom ones might be hard for some of you in the back to see, I'll just quickly say them. And this is basically the table of contents for my talk. So, CEC strategy, big tools, tying our work to management action, examining CECs by class, tracking the science, guidance from stakeholders and experts, partnering with labs, exploring new methods, like the one Elvina was just talking about, leveraging outside expertise, modeling to refine understanding, and then finally screening receiving waters like the Bay, and then top rates. So here's my 10 tools that I'll be talking about briefly and sharing those stories about. Oh, and yeah, I went with the tool motif. So we want to use the right tool for the job. Don't worry, I won't subject you to any terrible puns related to different tools in our toolbox. But Microsoft Word comes with PowerPoint comes with a lot of these great little art icons. So, the essential tool, our toolbox for all of our tools is our CEC strategy. I'm not going to go over our strategy because we talked about that already, but we see our strategy as the essential means for us to keep all our work coordinated and moving in the right direction, adaptive and tracking the needs of our stakeholders. So, having a strategy, updating and revising that strategy, and checking in with it and making sure all our work is on target and fits within that strategy is one of the essential tools for the Bay RMP. And then here's just a reminder of our strategy document, and when we monitor something, we put it in this tiered risk framework, and once you're classified here, you then have a strategy, a recommendation for both monitoring actions, so follow-up, and management action. And these aren't really, they're not prescriptive requirements. We modify everything based on what we really need to know and based on best professional judgment. But to have these strategies formulated and clearly established and open for discussion with our stakeholders is a really important way, again, to keep all of our work moving in the right direction. Okay, our second tool is, again, the close tie to management action. So I put up here again the management questions that Tom reviewed this morning. Besides just these more broad general questions, anytime we're designing a study, we're trying to think about that end goal in mind. If we were to find a contaminant at high levels, what kind of data are most important to develop? And let's make sure our study meets that data requirement, and that'll make sure we're collecting the right kind of data for any decision making that might be happening in the future. So we're always thinking about management actions, who's going to use our data when we're designing a study in the first place. So now I'm going to reinforce the whole concept of looking at emerging contaminants by class. I mentioned this already this morning, but for example, you got bisphenol A, you got bisphenol S. There's a dozen other bisphenols. We don't want to focus exclusively on bisphenol A when we're looking in the Bay, and neglect any other bixenols that might come up with the increased use. Functional classes, flame retardants. You're going to hear, you always hear about flame retardants when I'm talking. PBDEs, great success story. Using bans and phase-outs, resulting in declines. We're really, really happy about that, but we're concerned that some of these phosphate-based flame retardants could end up being a problem. I mean, triphenyl phosphate is a concern, is that level of potential concern in the bay. This is chlorinated tris, which is on the Prop 65 list. We don't want to see a ton of that in the bay. So let's keep our eye scanning the horizon and looking forward to make sure nothing else sneaks in there that maybe we should be keeping our eye on. All right, tracking the science. So this is where we try and keep up to date with this rapidly evolving field. So there's always new contaminants out there, and figuring out which ones might be relevant to the bay, what might be good targets to pursue is really important, and it's difficult. So someone like me who's available to read the literature and go to meetings and call up experts, I use my phone a lot to figure out what we should be doing next and to make sure we don't end off, lost in a tangent when something more important and something that our resources, our tight resources really should be focused on, gets neglected. We have diverse management needs because the way you address a lot of these emerging contaminants involves source control. It might not be something that the water board would take on, right? Maybe there's a consumer education effort, or maybe the Department of Pesticide Regulation that we've heard a lot about needs to take an action. So we're trying to meet the information needs of a diverse group of regulators or other stakeholders. And so keeping track of their needs is very important. And then finally, region-specific needs. You always got to think about your region. I mean, Keith mentioned this earlier, that each region has its own activities, its own industries going on, so keeping an eye on what your region needs is very important. We get a ton of guidance, obviously from our stakeholder community, and as well as from our experts. So within our emerging contaminants focus area, we have an annual meeting every spring. It's a great meeting. I know some of you have come, and I invite all of you to come. We get all our stakeholders together, we fly in our experts, and we hash out the science, we review our older data, and we get direction for moving forward. We also have ways to communicate outside of the meeting, reports and emails, stuff like that. The RMP is completely stakeholder-driven, so while I or an expert might have a good idea for a study, stakeholders fine-tune everything and make all the decisions. Based on expert guidance, we also get a lot of great participation from outside agencies, state, federal agencies, to help us coordinate our work because we have limited resources. So we want to make sure we're not duplicating another effort and that our data will fit in well with other activities. And finally, with the RMP, we've got a lot of good oversight from our technical review and steering committees. They're the ones that make all the actual funding decisions. And obviously can fine-tune our studies as well. Here are our science advisors. Some already mentioned these guys, but they're a great crew. And another thing that's great in terms of leveraging is that when you're working with all these top-notch people and you're getting great advice from them, you also might get a little pro bono data out of them because sometimes they're developing a new method and they're quite open to having us ship them a couple of samples and run a few methods. We've got some great examples of pro bono collaboration, and so I'm always eager to leverage more attention, more eyes, more smart brains onto, say, contaminant issues. Okay, we're about halfway through partnering with laboratories. We've had a lot of discussion already, not surprisingly, about the lack of standardized methods, and in some cases we're even dealing with lack of commercially available standards, and this is a huge uncertainty. And that's a clear, obvious concern for all of us, right? So we have to take a perspective of science as a process where we're iteratively reducing uncertainty. So maybe your first study isn't your be-all, end-all. Maybe it's really more of a presence-absence or a semi-quantitative study. 10 years later, you might look back at that and say, oh, wow, that method was not quite on target. But over the years, Successive studies reduce our uncertainty and we become more and more confident in our methods. The methods may become standardized, new standards come online. So it's just important to keep in mind that this is a moving ball, but that's how science works. One of the main fallout from that is considering your analytical lab as a valuable partner in this exercise, because they want the good data too, and keeping your stakeholder community fully informed, including the level of uncertainty. You've got to be transparent about what we know and what we don't know, the advantages and the limitations of any study, any method. And as long as we're all on the same page on that, we can move forward. So we work with all kinds of labs. It really depends on the contaminant. We work with commercial, government agency, and academic labs. The best lab relationships are long-term partnerships. So we do a lot of work in the beginning to pick a lab where we think we can have a long-term relationship, because especially if a contaminant is of considerable interest, we're going to want to develop a temporal trend or, go back to it. Even if it's not a status and trends type analyte, we may want to look back at it 5 or 10 years on and see if levels have changed. So the best way to do that is using the same lab. Otherwise, you get into that situation where you got to do that in a comparison study and make sure that you're not introducing extra uncertainty from switching labs around. We need clear communication and best practices with our labs. Obviously, that's part of your partnership and your QA/QC. I'm glad we've heard a lot of mention of QA/QC and its importance, and it not being just kind of that add-on. We really need rigorous, independent QA/QC, and that's something we take very seriously with the day. And then finally, data reporting. If you flag a value because of your QA/QC, that needs to be very clearly reported in the public databases, in your reports, your fact sheets. We need that clear reporting of what we've learned and the level of uncertainty associated with it. So I'm going to go for a little example of evolution of analytical methods when it comes to microplastics. So this is one area where we've been working recently. So it might be hard to see in the back, but this bottom is a log scale of particle size. And this little gray bar represents our initial 2015 screening study where we looked at 5 millimeters down to 125 micron for the different plastic particles. And we looked for plastic by collecting particles that were in the water, and then we oxidized away some of the more labile organic matter, and then we used the microscope to visually count the remaining particles that looked like they were plastic. So this was a very interesting study, and it really got our local wastewaters intrigued. So BACLA did a follow-up study, and they discovered that, hey, even when you're doing that oxidation procedure, sometimes you'll get a particle that isn't plastic, that's cotton, but it still survives that oxidation process, and when you use a microscope, you might think that that's a synthetic plastic fiber, but that's actually cotton fiber. So it turns out, when we pulled in our experts, they're like, yeah, the whole field is moving this way. You can't just rely on visual microscopy anymore. You've got to use spectroscopic identification for any particle smaller than 0.5 to 1 millimeter. So visual ID is okay for the big stuff, not the little stuff. So we've used this information to update our analytical methods. So moving forward, all of our particles will be subjected to spectroscopy to identify specific polymers. And so this is just an example of the uncertainty and the evolution with analytical methods. But we are moving toward improved understanding and improved methods and studies. All right, exploring new methods. So we're always trying to scan the horizon for contaminants that might be popping up that we might not expect. And so we love the bioanalytical tools that Albion was presenting on. This is a little non-target graph. So Tom's going to talk more about this, but this is a liquid chromatography mass spec non-targeted analysis of water and effluent in the bay. Not going to go into too many details. Down here's retention time. Each of these little dots here represents a compound in a potential analyte, a contaminant, potential contaminant, in our water. And it looks like we've got about 5,000 different contaminants to look at. Now, we wouldn't say, oh, now we've got to screen for all these different contaminants. No. What we do here is first of all, we have to identify these, right? So we have to match them to existing libraries, and we might get, out of these, we might get maybe 100, 200 contaminants. And then we need to think about which of these might actually be toxic. Because obviously, presence does not equal toxicity, does not equal concern. So that's where I come in, where I need to look at these things we've identified to a strong degree, and then compare it to what we know about toxicity or what we can gather based on chemical structures. And from that, we move toward, could this be a good analyte for future studies? Now, one thing that's come out of this big screening is that non-target is a great way to look at chemical families. So this right here is a family of ethoxylated surfactants, and it's an interesting family because we know these are used in a lot of consumer and commercial products, but we haven't done much study on them, in part because some of these are well handled by wastewater. So if your treatment facility is working well, maybe you don't need to look at these, right? It turns out these are in stormwater, though. So that's opening our eyes to the fact that we can't just assume that wastewater treatment will handle everything, because there can be other pathways we might not have expected, right? So this is an example of non-targeted analysis, giving us some new ideas and some new directions. And I would say, just in a little bit of a contrast to what Joe and Keith were saying, that we don't see non-target as something that needs to wait for an effect to be useful for exploration. So it is very useful for, okay, you got an estrogenic hit from the bioanalytical tool. What's causing that estrogenicity? That's a really good use for non-target, but we don't have bioanalytical tools for every single mode of action, right? And so this might be a way for us to stay nimble and maybe catch something for which we don't yet have a bioanalytical tool. Leveraging outside expertise. So we definitely look outside our own wheelhouse when we need to, right? And I'm showing you eggs because this is an example where we actually went ahead and funded a toxicity study. It doesn't happen too often, but when we were first studying PBDEs, we had extremely high levels of PBDEs in some of our tern eggs. They were high enough that, based on the available toxicity data, PBDEs could have been considered a high concern compound, and that possibly could have led to a TMDL, like a pretty major issue, right? But the toxicity data weren't great. They were for an entirely different bird species. So the RMP decided to fund a toxicity study on terns to see whether terns would be vulnerable to the levels they were being exposed to. Now, it turns out, luckily for us, luckily for the bay and for our terns, they're not the most sensitive species when it comes to PBD exposures. So thanks to this study that the RMP funded, we concluded that this was not a high concern contaminant, did not merit a TMDL, but we had to pull in this expertise in order to make that conclusion. Here's another example of pro bono studies. I mentioned this briefly when I was talking about experts, but here's, this is work out of Southern Illinois University, a collaborator named Dr. Na Chen, where he's looked at polyhaloginated carbazols. There's a chemical structure over there, and these are chemicals that have only recently been identified in the environment. There's very little work. So this is one of the very first studies on these. Unfortunately, it looks like they have dioxin-like properties. We don't have a clear threshold, so we can't say whether they're of moderate concern or not. These are possible concern contaminants. But we now have a lot of great information about these contaminants' presence in sediment and a bunch of different wildlife in the bay. We're really hoping that a study like this spurs development of toxicity data and spurs development of data on sources. We know some of these are natural, some of them appear to be contaminants in dyes. So we probably don't know all the sources. These are very emerging contaminants, and so we really want more work on these. And it was really great to have this pro bono collaboration to develop these data at very little cost to the RMP. Okay, we're getting toward the end. Modeling to refine our understanding. Our stakeholders and experts have been pushing us for a few years to get involved in modeling. It's such a useful tool for figuring out the transport of contaminants, their fate in the bay, and whether they might be toxic. And also figuring out which management actions might actually work to reduce pollution. So we're finally doing that. We've got a great modeling effort by our news grants team. So we're kind of piggybacking on all those great experts to kind of work some emerging contaminant questions into their process. That said, you might be noticing that this is not the bay. This is an example from the Russian River. Keith mentioned that we're working in the Russian River, and there's Chinray right there, to look at emerging contaminants. And part of this work was on pesticides. So we used EPR's newly developed model where they use agricultural use data for pesticides, and they use toxicity data. And with this prioritization model, you can figure out which are the pesticides that might be contaminating your watershed. That guided our priorities, they guided our lab selection, and these great maps guided our site selection. This is just a non-bay example of how useful modeling can be, how we're using this. We're now going to start using this as a tool in our bay. I think this is my last tool, which is kind of our phased approach tool. Now, we don't do this always, but typically in the bay, when we are concerned about a contaminant, we typically first look in the bay, and then we figure out whether or not it might be a concern in the bay, and then we move toward the pollution pathways, like wastewater and stormwater. This is a typical process. We don't always do it this way, but it helps us to figure out whether concentrations in the bay, where there is, there are complex processes, but also a lot of dilution, right? That'll tell you whether you really need to worry about the contaminant when it's in the pathways, whether it's wastewater or stormwater. So this is our phased approach that we often, but not always, follow. All right, so hopefully that's a good overview of all the different tools that we use, but I do want to emphasize, go back to our first tool, the CEC strategy. This is really, again, the foundation and the framework on which all of our CECs work is based. And so it's really helpful for us to have a strategy that we can call to, refer back to, and make sure we're fully aligned with our science and with our stakeholder activities. As always, we're trying to use the right tool for the job. All right, that's it.
Next we have Tom. The next speaker is Thomas Young from UC Davis. Next, Tom, sorry.
Thank you. Hi. I'm going to take a slightly different tack today, which is to be a little more detailed than some of the previous talks. I'm going to talk about a very specific study that we did. It happened to be in the Delta, so I think it might be of interest to this group. It may also answer the question for those of you who maybe aren't steeped in non-targeted methods about what these people are talking about when they say non-targeted methods and how does it relate to some other things. Okay, great. So this study that I'm going to talk about today was largely funded by by SWRCB, and we'll talk about that at the end. But it was led by my former postdoc, Christoph Moshe, and a bunch of other collaborators, both at UC Davis, at UMass Boston, at Berkeley, and at Davis. So this particular study looked at the cash flu monitoring locations, going from the Lattice Brown Road site down towards the Delta, and we've got this transect UB, C1, C2, C3, C4, which will show up in a lot of the work that I'm talking about. And it turns out this Liberty Island site serves in many respects as a background site for us. And we were looking particularly at Hylola teca, and it's Don Weston had worked in the system before, had shown some toxicity to this organism, had shown that pyrethroids were related to it, but we wanted to see if other things might be responsible as well. We did passive sampling along with this work, and in every event there were Hylola exposed in little cages across a storm event. We'd go out both before the storm and during the storm, and hopefully at the tail end of the storm, and collect grab samples in addition to the passive sampling. And then once we had those samples, we would test to see whether the Hylola lived or died, and we would also subsequently do some additional genomic work that is being done with Richard Kahn and Helen Pointer and Simona Hesselmeyer. So I'm going to talk today about two rain events across January and March of 2016. And our basic question in this study was, do the contaminants we see cause a decline in the stuff that fish might possibly eat that would be related to problems for those fish species? So it wasn't direct toxicity to fish that we were concerned about. Now I want to just back up a sec. We've been talking about this targeted and non-targeted analysis. I want to stress that there's really not a lot of difference between the two things in terms of how you do the data acquisition. You need a higher resolution mass spectrometer in the non-target case, but really it starts off the same way. The key difference, though, is that obviously in a targeted method, you know what you want in advance, and you design your method to throw away all other information so that you can maximize your sensitivity and your robustness for the methods for the compounds you're looking for. So it's selective, it's sensitive, and you can use it for quantification. The problem is that you can only find what you're looking for because you've explicitly tossed all the other stuff. That's the whole point. Everything else is an interference in a targeted method, right? The difference in non-targeted analysis is if you use a sufficiently high-resolution instrument, you get enough precision in your mass estimate of the compound in your mass spectrometer that you can assign a chemical formula to it. Now, that doesn't tell you what the compound is because organic compounds come in many different, you can have the same molecular formula in many, many different structures, right? Some of those might be toxic, some of them might not be. So our goal then is to narrow our identification from a formula using MSMS spectra and databases, and this allows us to find unknown unknowns instead of simply the things that we knew to look for. The disadvantage is that it's very hard to say what you didn't see that you would have seen if you didn't know what it was you were looking for, right? Unlike in the targeted methods where you can define a recovery and a lower detection limit and so forth. So I want to show you walking through this study how this works. So in our particular method, we're using both LC and GC MS. The samples are pre-concentrated on solid phase extraction media, different media for the different instruments. And then the analysis happens either on a liquid chromatography system that has a quadrupole time-of-flight mass spectrometer, dual mass spec. And we do this analysis in what's called all ions mode. So every analysis we do, we get a full scan, and then we also get MSMS data on basically all of the compounds that are happening at the same time. The big advantage of this is that we have then a record of every sample we take. We can both do quantitation using traditional targeted approaches, and at the same time, we have that record basically forever to go back. If we find later that we should have looked for something that we didn't know to look for, we can scan the data for that, which is impossible with the targeted MSMS kinds of methods. On the GC side, we use something called a retention time locked method for pesticides in particular, because our study was focused on those. And that allows us to use a database with very high accuracy in terms of assigning compounds, even when we don't have the standards in the lab yet. And we've basically gotten no false positives using this approach when we subsequently got standards and brought them into the lab afterwards. So in our particular study, we had a bunch of target chemicals based on Don Weston's targeted methods for them on the GC. We had other target chemicals based on pesticide use patterns in this system. So we had a lot of background information. So we think we chose our targets pretty well, and I think by the end you'll see that we did choose the targets pretty well, but we also found a lot of other stuff. Okay, so here's the little walkthrough of what does a non-target analysis actually do. So here is a total ion chromatogram, bunch of stuff, big hump, you don't know what it is. The adjuvant library we use has 1,600 pesticides and transformation products on the LC. There's another 900 or so on the GC database. So together we have something like 2,500, 2,600 pesticides and transformation products that we have an accurate mass database for. So from this complicated mass, we pick a peak, and this particular peak is for mass 330.1100. That happens to have a pattern for an isotope match. So here is the 330.110 peak, and then here's 331.1138. That's basically one C13 replacement of a C12, and by knowing the ratio of these two things, this red box is what would be theoretically predicted for this formula. And so there's a very good score because everything matches up nicely. So we have pretty high confidence that this is the molecular formula for this particular compound. We don't yet know what it is. In the database, we found fluoridone, and so we then confirm to see if the MS fragments are what we think they should be for this compound. And so this is what it looks like. Here is co-eluting fragments. So here's the 330.110 that constitutes the molecular ion, and here's several fragments that co-elute. And so this gives us very high confidence that not only do we have the right molecular formula, but we also have this right structure. And then subsequently we go back and confirm this by a reference standard, and we're getting more and more pesticides in our in-house collection so that we can confirm these things, and not just pesticides. On the GC side, it works basically the same way. You're looking for, in this case, it's a retention time loss method. So our library tells us that the retention time should be 26.16, even though this was not one of our target compounds. Here's 26.16. You can see we get several fragments, and so we very confidently can say that this is propiconazole, which is a fungicide. So just to summarize the results overall of target and non-target in this system, you can see that our analytical method, we found 21 target compounds on the LC, 16 target compounds on the GC for a total of 37. We detected and confirmed a large number of suspect chemicals using standards and databases. Just to show you some of these compounds, the GC targets included pyrethroids and chlorpyrifos, piperonil, and degradates, insecticides, fungicides, herbicides, biocides, quite a long list of constituents that we can detect and identify in this workflow. Now, the thing I'm trying to point out, though, is that it's one analytical run that gives us the data to do both the target and the suspect detections. And subsequently, we can go back, and we have all the same kind of non-target information that Becky was just showing. So we have many non-target features in the same data set which have not yet been identified, but which we can do subsequent work with, and I'll show you how to use that in a minute. So there's many compounds in each one of these samples. We want to know how it connects to possible toxicity in the watershed. In the January event, this is the day before the storm, and then these are the days across the storm. We didn't go out quite long enough, so the total concentration of detected compounds was still rising. The goal of the study design was to watch it through the whole event, but we got this second little pulse of rain, so it didn't work quite the way we wanted. The second event, we got a little smarter. We went out one more day and waited a little longer, and so even though we got some later rain, at least we were seeing the pulse was passing through. You'll see that the Ulatis Brown Road upstream closest to Vacaville site has the highest total concentration in this event. Got a little further down the system to C2 and C3 at this in the March rain event. Our goal, though, was to connect these results to toxicity, and so here's the effort to do that. So this survival here is Hyalella azteca in little cages at each one of these sites across the storm. mortality. There's no halola deployed at the UP upstream site because effectively there's too much sediment and there's no good place to put it. So we just didn't test at that place. But at C1 we had just a little bit of mortality and almost none at the other sites. This is the total concentration of pyrethroids, and so we did get some concentrations, but they didn't last very long. In the other event, we had much more mortality, and even though the total pyrethroid concentrations weren't as high, they persisted over more of the event, and so we think that that's probably what was going on in that situation. But I want to focus more on the non-target part. So we're interested in addition to the usual suspects, finding things that we don't know to look for, and transformation products are in that list. There's good software now that can predict transformation products. So for all of the pesticides we detected in this study, we predicted multiple generations of transformation products. We then put them into a database, we screened our data for them, and we were able to look for things that had high scores and more than a few detections, and then we figured out which one of those things we thought were likely. We bought standards when they were available. So here's two transformation products from the insecticide dimethoate. One of them was already in the Agilent database, so we found it right away. Another one, there was no reference standard and it was not in the database, but we totally are confident of it because we've thought through the MS-MS fragmentation pattern and its close correlation with dimethoate and its other transformation products that we know about suggests that that's really what's going on. This was only found in the March event. This just is how we know that these fragments are likely to go with this parent structure. So this is an example of an unknown previous transformation product which was found in this system in this way. So hopefully you're convinced now that you can find all sorts of cool stuff using this method. The question is, why should we care, and what else can we do with it? One of the things we can do with it is we can find new features, which features are just basically probably a molecule, probably a structure. We don't know what it is yet. And this pattern, this is all the sites and dates. And so the blue things are things that are correlated. They have the same pattern over space and time as 2,4-D, an herbicide. And so this basically is a compound which has, so these are normalized abundances in the mass spec. So this is something that had basically no concentration before the storm started, and then the concentration went up when the storm started, and then maybe it came back down again. So this is day 1, 2, 3 at the first site, and then day 1, 2, 3, 4 at the second site, and 1, 2, 3, 4 at the third site. And so anything that goes up when it starts raining seems like it might be a diffuse source. And there's 212 compounds which have that approximate pattern. Now, we don't yet know what all those things are, but we can go in and figure out what they are and not worry about all the ones that stayed up like this, right? And on the other hand, there's things that come out of wastewater treatment plants. They tend to be high before the storm starts, and then when the storm starts, they get diluted, and their concentration actually goes down. And sucralose is an example of this, the artificial sweetener. And so compounds that have patterns like sucralose are probably from wastewater treatment plants and not from stormwater discharge or diffuse sources. And so if we want to then find other things that are coming from one or the other of these sources, we can do the identification work that's required. I put this in here because I knew Corinne was going to be here and I wanted to show her a snapshot of her wastewater. This is actually from the project that she was talking about a bit on pesticides in wastewater. So this is actually Palo Alto wastewater influent, but it gets to the ethoxylated surfactant thing that Becky was talking about. So here are some ethoxylated surfactants. Each one of these has a CH2, CH2O structure in them, some number of those structures. And so that has a mass of 44.026 or so. And so what this software does is it goes through and it looks for any pattern where there is a consistent increase in retention time and a consistent increase. Each one of these dots is 44 units apart. So this is the same kind of mass to retention time plot that Becky showed, but now we're connecting the dots, so to speak. show you. Each one of these things is a series of ethoxylated surfactants with different, some of them are sulfonated, some of them are carboxylated, some of them are hydroxylated, but they all have that structure in their repeating unit. And we can do the same thing with CF2 groups, or we can do it for CF2O, whatever repeating structure is in a molecule, we can find all the friends of that repeat structure. And these kinds of things can be used as source markers because this is the kind of stuff that ultimately is going down the sewer, and only some of it can be effectively removed in the treatment system, so there's still going to be residuals. Another thing we can do is try and look for things that correlate with toxicity. So here's our pattern of toxicity in the March samples in the Hyalella, and then we have these passive samplers, and so we can look at non-target features and how they correlate with that. And so here are some features which were not present in the blank, but they were present at every site. And so these guys aren't very interesting to us because they're probably not related to toxicity. Ones that are more likely to be interesting are the ones that line up with this toxicity pattern, right? So this group of features would be the ones we would zero in on to try and find what are those chemicals. Now, probably we think in this system that most of the toxicity is pyrethroids, but it may or may not be, but we could figure out what these are and see whether they might be also causative agents. So in the bottom line, we want to figure out whether any of this stuff is significant or not, whether we care about all these new compounds that we found for the purposes of management actions like Becky was talking about. And so it turns out our target list was pretty well constructed. We calculated risk quotients by taking the maximum observed aqueous concentration, dividing by the toxicity threshold to a most sensitive organism that was available in the EPA database. And we found that if we take the top 10 risk quotients, most of these compounds were on our target list. Only one of them was found through two were found through suspect approaches. And so this risk quotient thing tells us that our target list was pretty well chosen in the first place. We wouldn't have missed much acute toxicity because of this. On the other hand, another way to look at this might be which are the compounds that had the highest measured environmental concentrations. And this list actually includes a lot of suspect compounds, some of which we might have not thought about. So here's some chlorinated phosphate flame retardant replacements for the DBEs. We've got some other compounds, corrosion inhibitors and herbicides and herbicide transformation products. So these are things that were found at high concentrations. We couldn't calculate risk quotients for quite a number of them because there's no tox data available, at least in the established databases. A third way we might think about prioritizing would be based on how frequently we find something. And so here's the top number of compounds. These were detected in all 51 of our samples taken in this study. And you can see that even though these things don't have very high risk quotients, most of them, they are ubiquitous. And so they might be of interest to us simply because they're there all the time and all over the place. So hopefully you've seen that we can use this kind of data to connect to toxicity to aquatic species. We know that there's a chemical soup, using Keith's technical term, I like that, that these organisms are living in all the time. We can find a lot more things. Prioritizing among those things depends on toxicity data and connection with biological tools. I think that what Joe said before is an excellent point. I think the only way you can use these tools, there's so much data that's produced, the only way you can use it is you need to have some way to prioritize the features, because even though in principle we could identify every one of those thousands of constituents, we're never going to be able to do that. In fact, I think I could probably retire now and spend the rest of my 10 years at the university just analyzing these 51 samples, and I'd be all set, right? So you can't do that, and so we have to have a way, bioanalytical ways, toxicity testing ways, whatever, to make our prioritization. We can find lots of transformation products of pesticides and any other aquatic contaminants of concern. Predictive tools help us find those, so we're getting better and better at predicting on a computer what the likely transformation product of a particular substance would be. So once we know molecular features or compounds which are similar to other compounds that we're interested in. And we're currently working with Richard and Simone and Helen to get more information about sublethal organismal effects from these kinds of contaminant mixtures. So just to put out, this is Christoph. She was the one largely involved in this work. Simone has been a key contributor to the project. I want to acknowledge again the State and Federal Contractors Water Agency funding and also our Superfund Research Center at UC Davis and Agilent for the help that they provided. Thanks for your attention.
Hi, Tom. How much overlap do you see between the two techniques for LCMS and CCMS? Do you see an overlap signature or common group of compounds that are conferred by both?
Yes, definitely there's an overlap, and definitely there are compounds that are on. I don't think the particular version of that slide that I put up there listed was. I think actually it might have said PC and LC, but there are definitely it's just what you would expect. There's a number of compounds that you see pretty well in both things. Like so another thing that I didn't really stress is the pyrethroids, for instance, we can see them in non-target in principle, but the levels are so low that we need for toxicity that we do negative chemical ionization to find them on a target method. So if we had only done non-target screening, we wouldn't have seen what caused the toxicity in the system. So it's another plug for both of them. But there's nothing, there's nothing that's truly comprehensive. But GC plus LC is closer.
How did you see the passive sampling effort? Did you see that in terms of usefulness in the whole process versus our traditional gas sampling?
Yeah. So we haven't done all the analysis that we could in that regard. The main reason, frankly, we used the passive sampling was we were putting these hydrolella in cages, and we were concerned with water exchange. We were concerned that they might not see toxicity because the little holes on the screens would get blocked across the storm event, and then everybody would live, but the water might not have been so good. And so we had a passive sample inside the cage and a passive sample outside the cage, and the main purpose of it for us was to see whether the water was making it into the system. But we haven't, other than that one slide I showed you, we haven't really done any of that yet. So a little, can't really answer your question very well. Sorry.
We have one behind you and then Dave.
Hi there. In addition to comparing actual samples between your hybrid method and the standard method, have you done analyzing of performance testing samples that have a known amount with less interference and see how the two methods compare?
Well, we can do that for anything that we detect and confirm, right? So we know, we go back and we retrospectively quantify things which we find, identify, by a standard, and then rerun it to confirm retention time and MSMS spectra. And in those cases, our performance is similar to any of the target methods. So there's no problem in that case. The difficulty comes in, how do you define performance? Normally what you do in a target method is you have a detection limit, you have recovery, and if you don't see something, you know that it wasn't present, at levels above that LOQ. Right here, if you don't know what you're trying to find, it's very hard to say whether you would have found it if it was there or not, right? And so I don't know how to answer your question for anything that we haven't identified and confirmed. But the method performs every bit as well for the things that we have found and confirmed that were not targets as it does for the targets. But that doesn't really answer, I think, what's the important question, which is how do you define performance for the unknown unknowns that you didn't find? I know.
Can I just follow up question? If it's confirmed that you detected, how are the two methods comparable as far as concentration compared to concentration from one method to another?
Well, I think that if you're talking about sensitivity of the method, our sensitivities are not quite as good as the best LC-MSMS methods or GC-MSMS methods, because we have to sacrifice, to get such a broad scope, you're not tailoring your extraction method for just the class you're looking for. You got to choose your battles. And so we're not, we have to choose a chromatographic method that matches the database. And so we don't get separation of every isomer that we might like to separate. And we have to choose a single extraction method and a single recovery method. Keith had a slide out that he didn't talk about very much that just showed that the ways that you can lose signal here, because you can only look for some of these things are recovered or extracted. Some of them are not recovered. Some of them are not ionized. Some of them are not chromatographically separated. But you never find everything. But at the same time, we can see 17,000 features in the Palo Alto wastewater influent, and how long do you want to spend on that?
So can you go back to the slide? I think it was the oxygenated surfactants, the one with about a gazillion dots.
Yeah.
And could you a little more slowly for some of us who've never seen this before, show us what information you're using?
So each dot on that thing is an isotope that has a retention time and a mass. And what the software is looking for is a pattern of things. If you have a surfactant, its chain length is added to in a regular way. And so each unit adds a certain mass, and it typically also adds a more or less consistent either increase or decrease in retention time in the system. And so what the thing is looking for is it's checking every set of dots, all 17,000 dots. It's looking for every time that it sees a series of at least 3 that are different by 44.026 mass units and a retention time that's consistent within a tolerance. And so you'll see that, so this represents, one of these types of surfactants, for example. I mean, there's many on here that aren't over there, but all of those are on here. And so this yellow line here represents one of these things with the N or the M getting bigger as you go to the right, because the mass is getting higher and the retention time is getting slightly longer.
So each of those lines is a linking of the dots that match that pattern. Okay.
Yeah, so anything that's here on color is a surfactant with an ethoxy unit, and everything that's grayed out is something that wasn't in an ethoxylated series. And I can do the same thing for CF2 groups or whatever. You name the surfactant you want to see, and you can figure out whether it's here or not. And wastewater has a lot of surfactants. Who would have thought? Right? Anybody take a shower this morning?
All right, thank you very much. Next, we have Richard Collins, also from UC Davis.
Good afternoon. Can everyone hear me there? Okay, just something about myself. I'm totally deaf in my left ear, so please wait for the microphone to ask questions at the end as well. And very hard of hearing in my right ear as well. So excuse me, the very strange accent. It sounds British. It's a mixture of absolutely everything. The deafness comes into it as well. So yes, I'm Richard Conlon. I have been asked to talk about the in vivo aspect, which is the kind of research that we do in my lab. Following on from Keith and Alvina's talks, you'll see some similarities which I actually find rather encouraging. So I'll try to start off with saying that we normally talk about the endocrine system. We look at endocrine disrupting chemicals, and 95% of the time we're thinking about reproduction. We also have other pathways, other endocrine systems, which deal with development, neuroendocrine system, the different axes, the hypothalamus and pituitary gland associated with the gonadal, the adrenal in mammals, in fish, it's actually the intrarenal pathway, and the thyroid pathway as well. So you have a number of different developmental
or reproductive issues associated with the different pathways that a chemical can actually impact. We generally focus on endocrine disruption of reproduction, and that's kind of what I'm going to do here, but I just wanted to highlight that that's not the sole story. Okay. Following on from what Joe said today, I really like to emphasize the need for effect-based analysis, particularly since we see a soup, a contaminant soup out there, trying to identify from each individual compound is a nightmare, if not impossible. So following on from this, so hormones, I guess everyone knows by now what hormones are. It's just a little diagram there showing that we have our endogenous hormones produced by ourselves that actually bind to specific receptors. And the way an endocrine disrupting chemical works is it actually mimics the binding site at that receptor. So it's acting like an endogenous hormone. So, a bit about the process here, a bit of a background. Well, we have the cell itself, the DNA actually encodes for the messenger RNA, which is your template, if you like, for a specific protein, in this case, a hormone to be synthesized. So we can actually measure the production of the hormones by starting off right at the beginning at the messenger RNA production and transcription from the cell itself. In my lab, we both work at both the messenger RNA and the protein level. At the messenger RNA, we're looking at what elicits how an organism, a contaminant, elicits a particular response from a cell in itself. That response creates a specific activity, and that activity is carried out by that protein or hormone. So here's an example of pâté minnows. You've seen this picture before. I like using pâté minnows because you can clearly distinguish the males and females in images and in mature organisms. If you actually expose, so there are two ways of looking at how an endocrine can affect an organism or a species. You can expose the adults first, and then see how that impacts the reproductive output. How does it impact the quantity? How many viable eggs are they producing? If you have a male exposed to a feminizing or a male exhibiting estrogenic hormones or female hormones, then you'll have an impact on the reproduction of that aspect. If you have androgenicity, so you have a female expressing male hormones, the same thing. Okay, so there you'll have, unquestionably, you'll have an impact on reproductive health. Okay? What it is depends on the number of females and the number of males interacting within the population. The other way of looking at it is exposing the fish at the early life stage. Now, many species of fish have undifferentiated sex at the early life stages, and it's generally between 10 and 21 days, depending on the species, that there is sexual differentiation occurring. You can actually change the sex of a genetically male organism to become a female, so genetically male. Now, the outcome of that is unknown. It is highly dependent on concentration and life history as well of the parents that actually gave birth to those individuals, those larvae and juveniles. So what we're interested in here as a whole, in toxicology as a whole, in this workshop in particular, is the source to outcome pathway. So we're looking at sources, where these contaminants coming from, to where or how are they affecting population, and even more so, how are they affecting a complex community itself. So how can we get from a source and exposure to population and community outcome? So there are different approaches that we can follow. So if you look at the overall pathway is here. You want to identify the toxicity pathway. You need to understand it from the study level. So So how cells are responding to that exposure. So if you want to look at the mode of action, you want to incorporate that cell response with how the organism is responding as a whole. Now you can extrapolate that mode of action depending on the type of contaminants to population impacts directly, and that is true in the case of any kind of disease. Now Vina introduced the adverse outcome pathway, which is how we can associate that key event, that exposure event, how it translates to a cellular response to that of an individual and impacting populations. What we do to be able to understand this, the connecting point in this whole assessment is the individual. So to be able to connect the mode of action to population community, we need to understand what's happening at the individual, at the level of the individual itself. Okay, so this is the adverse outcome pathway framework that Angelina introduced it earlier, so it'll save you some time here. But essentially what we're looking at is responses at different levels of biological organization. And more important, how are these interconnected? How are they connected with each other? The most well-described AOP is that for estrogen activity, and how we know that if we have impairment at the cellular level, that is going to be transferred into the birth development. But that is the only AOP that I know of, and you guys mentioned as well, that is relatively well established. So here's an example of how an adverse outcome pathway works. In this example, we're looking at the androgen receptor. So we're looking at androgenicity. The chemical trembolone, we can have it, we can determine the binding activity of trembolone to the androgen receptor, for example, how that produces somatic cell proliferation, how it interacts with the hypothalamic neurons. And what we've seen in females exposed to this androgenic compound is that plateaued males, the males develop tubercles on the head when they sexually mature. Females exposed to this compound develop the same tubercle. AOPs are something that were developed in ecotoxicology. It's actually been borrowed by human toxicology to actually evaluate the effect of pharmaceutical and compound, exposure compounds as well. This example here is equivalent to a human being exposed to the same compound, trembolone, where you have a similar process going on, where it is equivalent to the production of hairs in females and testicular atrophy in paired reproduction in males. So you have that pathway, the connection between how we can actually use fish for human toxicology assessment. And this is a well-established process. So that's kind of a background to what we're doing and what we're aiming to do in the research in my lab and collaborators. I've actually got a collaboration going on with Alvina and Keith and Nancy Denswell as well. But I want to talk to you about the in vivo approaches that we do in my lab. So we expose fish and invertebrates to specific chemicals, chemical mixtures, water samples from the delta, and we look at gene expression. Now, when I first started working here, that was 2007, so 10 years ago, I was doing microarrays. I moved on from microarrays to something more advanced, such as RNA-seq, where we can actually sequence the genome or the transcriptome, really, of a fish, of every single sample that we have, and use the genes that are responding to those treatments as a screening tool. Take that information, see what is actually happening, interrogate the organism that you're actually working with. Let that organism tell you what you should be looking at further downstream. Since then, I've gone back to quantitative PCR. And the reason for that is that it's very laborious to do RNA-seq and microarray. It's very expensive, very time-consuming, although the price has come down. I still do that approach, but I've taken to do metadata analysis. Now, one of the beauties about the genomic world is that back in 2001, we were all forced to put our data up on a repository. You know, it says repository. We practice with that. There's some data ended up on the repository. So we're taken to download the data from the various databases available and looking at commonalities and responses across multiple organisms, sometimes hundreds and thousands of organisms, and finding out whether the organisms are responding in the same way, regardless of methods, approaches, exposure scenarios, to identify what are the genes, what are the pathways that are being affected. So once we know what those genes are, we can develop biomarkers for them. So we use information from databases worldwide to bring it into the lab to a key of 12, 24, 48 genes, whatever specificity you need on that particular compound. So we're looking at quantitative PCR. We can target our assessment, in this case, for example, looking at receptors, specific receptors that the chemicals are mimicking and binding to. And if it's not via the receptor, sexual differentiation, hormone mimicking can occur indirectly as well through the specific pathways of genes that are associated with the end product. Just as an example here, picture, I should have put a slide up with it, but picture the United Airlines map, not United Airlines, let's put a Delta instead. So you have specific hubs in the United States on it, a specific hub. You'd have Atlanta, you'd have Denver, San Francisco, Sacramento, and other, hubs throughout the state. Now, if something were to happen in Atlanta, then the whole system would likely collapse. If something happened in Sacramento, well, it would affect us, but not necessarily the rest of the U.S. So if something happened in Sacramento, you could still go to San Francisco and get to your destination. So a chemical can still act by a different route. So we're interested in picking up both direct routes as well as indirect routes to the adverse outcome that we're looking at. And that is something that we can do with genomic assessment, with metadata analysis. We're looking at, so there is a vast amount of information out there to do that. So that's part of the gene expression research that we do in my lab. We also do hormone quantitation, measuring activity, hormonal activity in fish as well. And we use a number of systems, ELISA, binding assays, where we can measure the amount of the vitellogenin, choriogenin, testosterone, T3, T4, thyroid enzymes, and actually quantify what is being produced in response to a contaminant exposure. One thing that we just started working on this year, so back in 2009, 2010, Charles Tyler in the UK, who's an endocrinologist, has been working on these issues since the 1980s. We should actually invite him over here. He developed a zebrafish, a transgenic zebrafish line, where he actually cloned a fragment of a protein that will fluoresce if the gene is actually expressed. So he cloned, it's called a GFP, green fluorescent protein, into the zebrafish. What we can do is expose zebrafish to a contaminant. If it actually has an estrogen receptor element present in there, it actually activates that. The fish will turn green live. hours, we can put the embryos in the water, and they will turn green. We've taken that further, and we've created another zebrafish line where we've actually blocked the hormone production from the zebrafish itself. We've blocked aromatase that actually causes a production of females. So we have zebrafish that are all male. So anything that would cause those zebrafish to turn female will have to be from an exogenous source. So it would have to be an exogenous hormone or hormone mimic. So we can confirm things like bifenthrin actually binding to the estrogen receptor, and that is the mode of action of bifenthrin to feminizing fish, or vice versa if we use the androgen receptor. So we've got those fish in my lab now. They're actually generated in the lab of a collaborator, Bruce Draper at UC Davis, and I have a graduate student working on this. One of the problems is that you need a very high concentration of the compound to be able to elicit this response. So what we're working on now is, instead of just exposing them 2 hours, extending the duration of exposure and seeing what our limit of protection is of that fluorescence. So it's kind of exciting. So we are looking for funding. So I don't have money yet. What we want to do is create the same tools for the inland silver side from Meridian to be able to use it here in the Delta. We have everything it takes to do it from the funding. Okay, so I was hoping that the room would be a little bit darker, but I'm hoping that you can see something glowing here. So this is a zebrafish embryo that has been exposed to an endocrine disrupting compound, and here you see the fluorescence of that protein that has that fusion. So, in vivo approaches, just a little bit of a summary before I continue here, is many people have asked me, so what does it mean if you have a gene expressing? You know, it's just a gene, generally it's the protein that carries out the activity. But when it comes to endocrine disruption, reproductive endocrine disruption, if you have a male expressing female hormones, or if you have a female expressing male hormones, whether it's at the gene level or the protein level, the chance that, I'm talking thresholds here, the chances are that the contribution of that individual to the population is going to be met. That fish and the population is as good as dead from a reproductive parameter. As I was saying earlier, not all, so we have a lot of variability in the responses across the different fish. You have different populations. Some fish have been exposed, and I'm talking in the wild here. It's that particular individual. So what you're having are impact on sex ratios, encounter opportunities, behavioral aspects. It's not just affecting the hormonal reproductively, the fish reproductively, it's affecting it behaviorally as well. You can have a cascade of impacts that leads to that population impact. So other things that we do in my lab and with collaborators, many of you will be familiar with Suzanne Brandon's research on inland silverside. We're looking at fecundity. We look at emergence, the number of offspring. We look at sex ratios. So these are very long time-consuming, multiple generation studies where we're looking at exposing parental individuals, growing up the offspring, exposing them, and looking at multiple generations. We've seen sex ratio bias depending on contaminants that we use, depending on water samples, locations from the delta as well. And finally, we're looking at epigenetics. So we're looking at how a compound can actually impact the DNA of the parents that have been exposed. And a written parental transfer, I don't mean transfer of contaminants here. I mean the transfer of the information that has been bound to the parental DNA that affects the offspring. And we've actually seen exposures of the parental pair where we've grown the offspring up, have then spawned and look at their offspring, and we see a deformity of the third generation offspring that are resulting from those grandparents being exposed. There's a paper by Will White et al. Looking at how many males does the population actually need, and how we have this sex ratio changes how it actually impacts our populations. And then finally, I just want to point out some pros and cons of in vivo, in vitro, if you like, assessment. So one of the pros is that there's a lot of crosstalk between different biological pathways. So a gene and protein may function across the board, or it may be specific to a particular pathway. With in vivo, we can actually assess environmental inputs, salinity, temperature, diel change. We can look at the integration of mechanisms across tissue. In vitro, you're generally looking at one tissue. This kind of brings it all together. Another one is metabolic transformations. A lot of the times, the compounds that have endocrine activity are metabolized from the parent compounds. And assessing for them individually is quite laborious as well. However, there's a lot of inter-individual variation, seasonal variation, and temporal variation. It is very, very expensive to conduct particularly multi-generational studies, and we cannot use it for high throughput screening. So the advice, Alvina has said, and others, is that in vitro tools can be used as screening. We can verify and confirm that in vivo, whether it be in the lab, in the field, wherever. So with that, thank you, and taking questions. Any questions?
Thank you. Thanks, Doc. Quick question about the glowing fish. Once they have an exposure, how long does that signal last? Do they stay green forever? Do they, if you have episodic exposure, do they light up and go dark? And
so I've asked my graduate student to promise me to show me that next time she does the exposure. Essentially, although the fish are alive and you can take them out and put them in a petri dish and measure that, she puts it back in and does longer term exposure. The direct answer is I don't know. But I know that it is a very rapid response. Now, as with most proteins, they're a lot more stable than something like RNA. So my guess, educated guess if you like, is that they would be very stable. And I'm thinking hours to days, because I've seen a lot of accumulation of protein. Even though you have the messenger RNA going down, the protein still remains. Yeah.
So I was curious for the pathway that was shown here, if you could use just bioanalytical or in vivo, you'd get the same answer. Because for CEC studies that are on the table or potentially being developed here for the Central Valley, it seems like the desire is to use both the in vivo as well as the bioanalytical. But if they answer the same question for this pathway, which seems to be the most defined pathway available to really look for effects from the environment, it seems like maybe perhaps there's a way to streamline or be more economical by using one or the other.
I'd say bioanalytical as in vivo pathway the whole thing as well. But so one of the things that I like and I dislike about the other pathway is that there's so many links that you need to join that depending on what you study, you can actually corner, and I say that carefully, You don't necessarily need to measure every single one of those steps in the other. I think you need to do it initially to be able to develop and confirm that that is the outcome that you will get. But I think that there are specific points that maybe you don't even need to measure the gene expression. You can measure the protein level and then look at the development of the fish itself and know that those two conditions will lead to a reproductive output. So I think that you can streamline, you can bring in vitro, in vivo assays simultaneously. In fact, that's something that we're actually doing with Alvina at the moment, is looking at in vitro, in vivo, molecular protein, assessing different aspects of the same individual chemicals as well as the water. Can I ask you a question?
Yeah, I was thinking just in terms of what's being envisioned for the Central Valley.
Yeah.
Isn't necessarily a research project for all of the potential adverse outcome pathways for different modes of action, but it seems like it's for what's on the table today. You know, what's available today in terms of what do we know for adverse outcome pathways for that have been defined for different for certain functional groups, rather than develop those which I would assume would occur in a research study. But to try and use what techniques are on the table. And so if we're trying to use the techniques on the table and we can, quote, cut some corners because they've been well enough defined in the research arena, that would be applicable to know or helpful.
I think what we need are more people with bioinformatics skills to do what I was talking about, metadata analysis, because so many groups around the world have done this kind of work that a lot of the time I feel like I'm reinventing the wheel for inland silver side, or doing this for the Delta smelt, and doing this for salmon, where that information already exists. So being able to get a database of 3,000-4,000 studies that have been done on a particular compound will give us sufficient tools to further develop more specific tools for our needs.
I just wanted to add something to what you just asked. What I was presenting earlier was about, firstly, we talked about the question is that although we know those pathways, to cut corners right now is probably too soon because we don't have a threshold. Right now you may have activity, but you just don't know how much it will take to actually get an effect. So there's a little bit of a difference between understanding the pathways and understanding which concentration will actually get you to that effect. And so at this stage, you need both. And you need to invest in the research in order to later on think about maybe cutting corners. At least that's what I'm saying.
But the other thing is what are you interested in? What is the final question? Are we just assessing water quality for assessing water quality? Or are we assessing it from the perspective of the species building? Are we working on the Delta smelt? Are we working on salmon? No, both. What is the overall question? But absolutely, I think it's too soon to cut corners. Questions? Everyone wants a coffee break. Thank you. All right, thank you to our action executives. Take a 15-minute break. We'll start back at 3:25.
Sorry, just want to make sure you load that.
It's like you're on your own. You've got a parent in mind. The kids, you got July, yeah. Which might be far away. Yeah, for me, I'm sure you're preference. Oh, are you, yeah. Maybe sleeper ads. I think there's probably some streaming. Yeah. But yeah. Yeah.
I'll introduce you. I want to make sure I introduce you.
Yeah. Or you. Yeah, no. Let it know. Like, come on, everyone's late. Yeah, I have so much hopefully I can shave off.
It's okay if you don't.
Yeah, I know that's paper.
You can take it up there.
All right. Yeah. It should be fun. Yeah, no, I mean,
one more panel. Saving the best for last. So I'm not sure exactly why, but I think I'm beginning to understand flow run and why my teenage son wanted to do a flow run because of the estrogenic activity. Trying to make a little bit of sense to me now. All right, so first up we have Claire Wagner from the Division of Water Quality. This is a speaker panel that's meant to be the state board, but we're adding in a regional board by phone. So Michael Lyons is going to be in the part of this panel at the very end. But first up is Claire Wagner from the Division of Water Quality, Second Water Program and Initiative.
Hi, good afternoon. I don't think this is working.
Kind of working.
Okay. If you can't hear me in the back, just kind of plug your ear and I'll try to speak up. I'm not a very loud speaker. Better? Better? Oh yeah. Okay. Thank you. Oh yeah. Thank you for staying for the afternoon. I am really grateful for the speakers who've come before me. First of all, let me introduce myself. I'm Claire Wagner. I'm the senior in charge of the statewide policies and planning unit, and we're in the Division of Water Quality at the State Water Board. So I'm going to just say thank you to the speakers who've come before me. They really laid a lot of the groundwork. So, I'm hoping that the pieces will start to click through my presentation and tie it together so that you can see where we're going. And as the title of my talk says, I'm going to give you an update on really where we are in this process of developing a statewide Constituents of Emerging Concern strategy. So to begin with, kind of Water Boards 101 from the Division of Water Quality perspective, I'm going to frame the issue, highlight some of the challenges that we're facing with developing a successful statewide management strategy for these. Fortunately, we're not starting at square one. We have a lot of history, background, projects, and data that we're now starting to data mine, which is feeding into our CEC initiative, which we're looking at as a roadmap to get us to a successful management strategy. We know that we don't know everything, and so I'm going to talk about how we're trying to identify what we don't know, prioritize these projects, and get them funded to the extent possible. So we have recycled water research workshops we've done. One of the priorities we're looking at is developing CEC screening tools and some other things. And then all tying this into how it relates to eventually a management strategy. So we have the State Water Board and 9 regional water quality control boards. One of our primary charges is to protect, maintain, and restore water quality. So we typically do this by developing and implementing water quality control plans and policies. We can do this at a statewide level where everybody in the state has a level playing field. We're all meeting the same bar. But then there's also recognition that sometimes it's more appropriate to have a regional specific water quality control plan. So we have a little bit of flexibility there. Same thing with how we implement those standards is typically through an NPDES permit. So we could do a statewide general order, or the regional boards can have a regional specific NPDES permit, which often includes monitoring requirements, which comes into play for CECs. Now, the State Water Board has a number of different divisions. As I mentioned, under water quality, you're going to hear from the Division of Drinking Water next. Our Division of Water Rights and Financial Assistance have a more minor role in this. And then the workshops put on by our Office of Information Management and Analysis, which is really our data hub. They're overseeing our statewide data sets, our data repositories. They do a lot of our data mining, data visualization, so that we can start to tell stories with our data. There's also a number of other programs in there like SWAMP. So what we're trying to do at this point is coordinate from the state board level and the regional board so that we end up with a strategy that works across the state. Now, within the Division of Water Quality alone, we have a number of different programs where CECs come into play. We've got stormwater, recycled water, irrigated lands, land disposal, and more. And the point here is that when we go to prioritize, what should we be looking at first? We might be looking at a different set of priorities for our stormwater program than we will be looking for our recycled water program. So this is something that we're going to have to keep in mind moving forward so that we get a strategy that works for everybody. So in addition to other the challenge I just mentioned, we have a number of other challenges that we're facing when we're moving forward with developing a statewide strategy. First and foremost, as of 2015, there were 101 million chemicals that were registered in the Chemical Abstract Service. So there's a large number of constituents we're looking at. And that's just parent compounds. We've talked a lot about how these transform or will change through our treatment systems, and then we also know there might be changes in the environment too that will really just get us a large list of chemicals. And it's not as if they're really all alike. They're diverse. They're diverse in chemical properties, so that when we go to analyze them, they can be analytically challenging. It's not a one-size-fits-all extraction and press the CSI button and you get your answer. It's a lot more complicated than that. And that's, again, assuming that you have analytical methods to address this onslaught and revolving door of constituents. We've heard a little bit about mixtures today. That comes into play as well when we look at data gaps for toxicity. A lot of the toxicity of mixtures is really something we're trying to run down. We're also trying to understand about the toxicity of the individual constituents. And then you add in things like pharmacokinetics and metabolomics, and really the layers of challenges just keep on coming. And then we get to even more fundamental issues, like disagreements on definition. So should we include pesticides in this talk, or should we rule them out and say that they're being dealt with through different programs? And there's fundamental disagreements on that issue alone. So as we move forward with a strategy, how do we begin to address these challenges? So we can take this approach here, which is just ignore things, but I think we know that that approach isn't going to work. What we also know is that our standard permitting paradigm will also not work. We can't do this one-by-one constituent whack-a-mole or just have this extraordinarily long list of the world of CECs in a permit, because it's not really feasible or advisable, and in some cases it might not even be technically possible to measure all of the CECs out there. But then we look at situations in the news. We have Flint, Michigan, and Hinkley, California, and these really are a call to action. We can't just do nothing, because if we have a lot of challenges. We know that we have to do something, because as a state agency, we're responsible for not only providing safe, clean drinking water, but environmental protection is also a piece of that. And so we know that we're going to have to do this in a transparent way, which can be a little bit unnerving because we know that we don't have all of the answers. And so we have to be really careful and thoughtful as we go out to the public in a transparent way, knowing that we don't have all the answers. So this is where strategy and messaging become really critically important. So this is, the part where we've been doing a lot, starting back in 2009. I'm going to walk through these different panels. You've heard a lot about them already today, so to the extent somebody's already talked about it, I'll just move more quickly about it. But it's to really give us an idea of this overarching story that's been going on for a number of years. So I'm going to start with this 2009 panel that was convened to look at monitoring recommendations for constituents of emerging concern in recycled water. So they have this conceptual framework to get us from that large universe of constituents that are out there down to what should we be prioritizing. Now, at the time the panel was convened, we were looking at more narrow applications of recycled water, so mostly it was for landscape irrigation and groundwater recharge projects. And so that's what the panel provided recommendations for. In addition to a list of specific constituents, they also recommended targeting or using surrogates and indicator compounds to really assess treatment performance, again, so that we don't have to assess every CEC, but we still know how our treatment system is working and if it's performing as intended. So the diagram on the left is just to show you that they did come up with a strategy to get us from the CECs at large down to what we should be prioritizing. They did recommend a risk-based approach, and the couple key questions that feed into this decision tree are there monitoring methods? Can we reliably detect this? Are we going to get a number that we're confident in? Will that number be comparable across different projects? And so in order to get down to the list of monitoring, the answer had to be yes to that question. So the second question that fed into this is it present at a concentration of concern? So this is really a two-part issue. One, do you have data in the environment? And two, are those data, or is that CEC present at a level that is of concern based on a no toxicity data or potential risk to human health? And so they use those questions to get us to this more narrow list, which is seen here in Table 1, and then the surrogates in Table 2. I'm not going to go through these, but this report is available online. Now, in 2013, the State Water Board took that panel's recommendations and said, we think that these should be required for any recycled water project, and so they adopted them into the recycled water policy. So for landscape irrigation projects and groundwater recharge projects, they have to monitor those constituents that were on the previous list. So this panel also said, we understand that we're going to need to advance our screening tools to really get our heads around this issue of CECs. So they recommended developing bioanalytical monitoring tools that you heard a lot about today. The State Water Board convened a panel in 2011 to really provide recommendations for how to best utilize those tools, kind of the state of the science, what's out there, how to apply them. And so that was convened in 2011 with a final report in 2014. Again, available online if you're interested. Now, most recently, in December, the State Water Board directed staff to go back and open up the recycled water policy and amend it. And as part of that process, they wanted us to reconvene the CEC Science Advisory Panel to revisit those recommendations from the last panel. So they're going to take a look at what they recommended for both groundwater recharge and landscape irrigation. And then also in recognition that there's expanded uses under Title 22, so now there's dust prevention, frost protection, a number of other uses. The panel's going to go back and take a look at potential human health risk exposures with those additional reuse applications. And then also as we enter this new world of potable reuse applications, we're moving past not past it, but adding on to more than just groundwater recharge. We're looking at things like surface water augmentation, reservoir augmentation. And with the Division of Drinking Water coming out with regulations in probably this summer, we want to make sure that we have recommendations for CEC monitoring to complement those pending regulations. So we anticipate that the panel is just going to apply the existing framework. We think that this is a great way to get us from CECs at large down to a more narrow targeted list. In addition, we'd like them to take a look at the recommendations for surrogates and indicators, as well as the other monitoring recommendations. So this panel we're working on the paperwork. We're hoping that their first meeting will be this summer. Okay, now to the ambient panel. Again, it was initially convened in 2009, and they were charged with making recommendations for CEC monitoring for ambient scenarios, including effluent dominated water bodies, coastal embayments, and coastal discharges. So the panel, again, came out with a final report in 2012. They recommended a risk-based approach, again, with adaptive management, so that this is a nimble thing that as we need to onboard and offboard CECs, that it's not stagnant. Now, there was also a recommendation for the framework, which I'll show on the next slide, but rather than implement the framework in terms of a regulatory action or making a permit requirement, the State Board said, let's go ahead and pilot these techniques for this framework and the panel recommendations before we implement it as regulatory action, because we want to make sure that it works. We want to get the kinks out. So pilot studies have started. They've been ongoing in a number of different regions. This is the framework which you've seen. I think I will just highlight a couple of things about it. It is meant to be used in concert. You can pick it apart and use the different pieces, but essentially what you're allowing yourself to do is take it from the unknowns in your water sample, the known knowns and the unknowns in your water sample, and as you layer on these different analytical tools, you really start to get a clearer picture of the CECs that are present in your sample. Through targeted chemistry, you can look for certain things and identify and quantify those. Your bioanalytical screening tools are really great for starting to narrow down the modes of actions or classes of chemical compounds that might be present. That can help you infer things about how is this potentially affecting an organism. It can also help you run further diagnostic tools, like, for example, if you know your water is estrogenic, now you can go run your targeted chemistry for estrogen constituents and sort of do this process where if you just did your estrogenic constituents and targeted chemistry, but you didn't need to, that might be a waste of your time and money. I'd also like to point out the non-targeted analytical tools. I think we had a great summary of those today, so I'm not going to get too much into those, but I do think that these tools complement each other. We can use them individually, but when we take the panel's recommendations and use them together, again, it helps us provide that big picture of what's actually there. So the regional boards have been doing quite a bit of work. And as you heard from some of the regions, for over 10 years, they've got data, they've had projects going, they have very robust monitoring programs. Other regional boards are in different phases of their CEC monitoring work, but it's happening across the state. Some of the regional boards are implementing the framework that I just showed on the previous slide. The data are emerging, and this is a really good thing. We're starting to understand from some regions, or we will have more information about how implementing that framework is working, and maybe what tools we need to use. Maybe there are tools we need to leave behind. Maybe we just need to understand how to use the tools better. So these data are coming mostly from the regional boards. So our CEC initiative was a little bit of internal reflection where we said we get a lot of questions about CECs, but we don't really have a home for this program. We understand it's really important. We need to be doing things about it. There's a lot of activity, but there's no hub. So we said, let's get together and make sure that we're improving our internal coordination within the water board. We wanted to pool our existing data sets, see what data were out there, and really right now what we're focusing on, or at least starting with, is municipal wastewater, recycled water, and ambient monitoring. But we recognize that this is more broadly reaching than those specific lists, and that we could potentially wrap in others later, but this is where we're starting. So phase 2 is more of our reflective phase. What don't we know? And then really get at what's working and what's not working with those pilot monitoring programs. And then we fill the gaps. And I kind of laugh at that last part because fill the gaps, we just fill the gaps. It's easy, right? But we recognize this is an iterative process. It's a constant, we identify the gap, we might be able to fill it and move forward, make progress. But as a good scientist knows, the end of your speech is always more studies are needed. So, but that being said, getting back to what I said earlier, we have to make progress and we have to start doing something. So the last piece is really getting at this regulatory framework. We don't know what this looks like yet because there's going to be an extensive stakeholder process. Phase 1 and Phase 2 are really going to feed into this. We want to make sure that it's based on sound science. We anticipate that it'll probably use this risk-based approach because, again, we understand the standard permitting paradigm isn't going to work. And as I mentioned, this should have, or will have, extensive stakeholder interaction. So as I mentioned, we don't know everything, but we are working with the experts to help us identify the highest priority research needs. So we have a number of mechanisms for doing this. I won't get into all of them. I will get into the workshop component in a minute. But what we're looking for is, to the extent possible, if we can identify and fund and move forward with multi-benefit projects, that's what we want to do. We understand in some cases that might not be possible, but for example, if we know that we want to standardize in vitro bioassays, if we can develop a standard operating procedure, not just for recycled water, but include things like stormwater, wastewater, and other drinking water, that makes it a more broadly applicable tool across our programs. And so that would be something that would, stretch the dollar a little bit further. So fortunately, we have dollars. And thank you, Proposition 1 and the state of California voters who did, it was intended, and what it's mostly being used for is to improve our water infrastructure in California. But we were allocated $625 million for recycled water infrastructure, and a piece of that is going to be allocated to support recycled water research. So these are going to be generally just projects that can expand the production and use of recycled water in California. We have a lot of flexibility there, but in order to identify what are the projects we should be funding and focusing on, we had a workshop. So our initial workshop was in 2014 and looked at just general research needs, but our October 2015 workshop went into specific detail on monitoring and treatment performance of CECs. So we had the experts come in, present the state of the science. So they talked about where are we with chemical testing, bioanalytical screening, and non-targeted analyses. The good thing is we have the tools. The basic thing is improving on those tools and doing things like standardization. So I'll get into that on the next slide. But then also looking at this issue from treatment performance. And again, it was good to hear that we have the treatment technologies we need. It's more about optimizing those. So from this workshop, we developed specific project descriptions and sent them to the workshop attendees to rank and say, what do you think is the highest priority? The results of that survey and the specific projects, and really just a summary of what happened at this workshop, are now available online. So if you're interested, you can go navigate to that and get the details. But the cliff notes is, what I think you've heard again and again today, is that we do need to improve these screening tools. I want to emphasize that we do have a lot of standard methods for many of the things that we're talking about today. But I think because there are just so many different CECs out there, I think we can, in the same sentence say we need to improve or we don't have the analytical methods available, and also say we do have analytical methods available because it depends on the CECs that you're talking about. So I've highlighted bioanalytical, targeted chemistry, and non-targeted analytical chemistry because these are the areas, the screening tools that we're talking about, making these improvements on and moving projects forward to improve those three tools specifically. And also a key piece of this is developing an interpretive framework. This is really important for things like our bioanalytical tools and our non-targeted analyses so that when we get a result, we know what to do. The workshop participants also said we really need to be identifying the CECs of greatest risk to human health and wildlife. And again, screening tools, being able to detect them in the environment is one piece, but the other piece is the toxicity piece. Improving source control was a research need, but also just a general statement, because if we can prevent these from entering our sewer shed, that really helps us later down the line. We don't have to monitor for it if it's not getting in the system. Again, because we talked about treatment, the focus was optimizing those treatment trains. So as we move forward with a statewide strategy, we know that it has to be based on sound science. And so that's where that research piece comes in, constantly feeding in. An adaptive management framework allows us to use that new data as it comes out and really identify if things are working, if things aren't working. But also, as CECs are phased out and somebody moves on from one pharmaceutical to another, that we make sure we aren't monitoring it 20 years later if it's not actually even going to be there. I mentioned we have to have a transparent process so that when we don't have all of the answers, we have the public trust and confidence, which also involves thoughtfully packaging and messaging our data so that we're careful with our words and that we don't ensue mass hysteria when we don't have all of the answers. And a helpful tool for this is clear risk communication. So I think we saw that a little bit earlier, but getting it to a tangible thing that somebody can understand, because many people don't understand a picogram per mil or a mass spec or the data that come out of that. And so the state board and the regional boards, it's kind of our job to give them something that they can understand, whether how many glasses of water you have to drink for a therapeutic dose, being careful to not discount things like chronic effects. So risk communication is a piece. And then we heard this a lot too, but working together to leverage our resources is really going to be helpful moving forward with this kind of giant task. So I'll just end with inviting you all, if you're interested, to stay engaged on our CEC panel for recycled water. We have pretty solid dates. We think July 19th is going to be the main date down in Southern California, with sort of a report out on the 21st. And then their follow-up meeting should be December 12th in Sacramento. And so with that, I will, there's time for questions. I can take questions.
Nobody wants to know what the permit's going to say?
We already wrote it in text.
All right, so next is Mark Barton from the Division of Drinking Water. And here you go, Mark.
Thank you. This is the one everybody can hear me here. Got my notes. Yeah, we have the controller here. My name is Mark Barton. I work for the Division of Drinking Water. I'm part of the State Water Resources Control Board as of 3 years ago. And I'm here to report that so far the marriage has gone well. The drinking water program and the other divisions at the State Water Board are still talking more than ever. And I think for initiatives such as CECs, it's a really good thing that we're all in the same building now on the same program, because there's definitely a lot to it. What I'm going to talk about today is a little bit of drinking water 101 in terms of how we develop maximum contaminant levels for contaminants, how we do that traditionally. I think it's probably become clear to all of you that that's not necessarily the way that we'll be able to effectively deal with CECs. They're quite a bit different than the traditional chemical that we find in groundwater and so on. I'll explain a little bit more of what I mean by that in just a moment. So I can talk a little bit about the Division of Drinking Water, how we're structured, and a little bit about myself and the programs that I oversee and how it's tied together, and from the drinking water perspective, how these initiatives that you're hearing about, how they work in terms of both drinking water, and you've heard about the potable reuse of recycled water. We're advancing with that. We've done groundwater recharge for many decades now. We have the surface water augmentation regulations coming up for proposal in the very near future, to be adopted before the end of this year, certainly. And we're working towards developing criteria for potentially the direct potable reuse of recycled water as a drinking water source. And all of those bring their own challenges, and we've been fortunate enough to build on what we've learned from groundwater recharge, what we think we're going to learn from surface water augmentation, once we get that up and running, and then moving towards direct potable reuse. So it's kind of two parts of what I'm going to talk about: the drinking water side of things, and then the recycled water side, potable reuse of recycled water, and I'll try to tell you when I'm transitioning from one to the other. Might not always be obvious. Oh, so I wanted to mention we have our Northern California Field Operation Branch and our Southern California Field Operation Branch, our district offices that do the work locally and regulate drinking water systems. Talk a little bit more about that in a minute. And then we have the Program Management Branch, which I'm part of. Here in Sacramento. We have a new section, kind of a quality assurance section, which is actually dedicated to managing the data, sharing the data, making sure all the other divisions and stakeholders have access to our data, kind of the transparency part of things. Data is us. Data underlies everything we do, and I think probably all of you can relate to that, whether you work for a regional board, the state board, or any of the agencies you work for. And within that, I'm with the technical operations section. I'm the supervising engineer over a team of engineers and scientists. We develop regulations. We evaluate drinking water treatment technologies, recycled water technologies. We're doing the investigative work on potable reuse of recycled water. And just for fun, we regulate, at a low level, we regulate home water treatment devices. We have a registration program so that kind of consumer protection program for drinking water treatment devices used in California. Your Brita filters, your undercounter reverse osmosis systems. They make health claims in California. They have to go through our process of registration, which means they have to be independently certified and meet that's basically kind of the promotional and advertising standards of the claims they make in the California marketplace. And of course, the Environmental Laboratory Accreditation Program is part of the drinking water program. Just a quick recap, there's about 7,500 public water systems statewide. They're regulated by 5 regions or 24 district offices, and then 30 of the counties have what's called a local primacy agency, where the county health department has met the requirements to regulate the small water systems under 200 service connections within their county. So kind of parallel in some ways to the regional board. There's 9 of those. There's more of us. I would characterize our operations as more local. We have a pretty close working relationship with a lot of small communities, kind of hands-on day-to-day problems, just making sure they're addressing things to be delivering safe drinking water at all times. So it's kind of parallel universe. I started in 1981, and this guy, Governor Brown, was my boss then, and I never would have imagined it. Actually, I think I started on May 1st to the very end of April 1981 in San Bernardino. I like working for him then, and I like working for him now. He told me to say that, actually. Anyway, it's been really interesting, especially with the drought working, getting to know some of his staff and so on, and seeing everything that the administration's committed to as far as drinking water and the interest that they've taken in the potable reuse part of it. They're very interested in all of that, so I've enjoyed that part of it. I also want to talk about an item we took to our board in February on the prioritization of our drinking water regulations for the current calendar year. We have a lot more on this list than we would possibly accomplish within a year, but this is really the first time we've taken an item to our board and got their feedback and the resolution back on what they view as our top priorities, and of course they align with ours too for a bunch of different reasons. But first on the list is developing a maximum contaminant level for 1,2,3 trichloropropane, which has been proposed. We've gone through the public comment period for establishing a maximum contaminant level of 5 parts per trillion. Public health goal was adopted in 2009, so this has been the top commitment of our board to get this over the finish line, so we're excited about where we are with that. Surface water augmentation regulations, as I mentioned, those are being proposed this summer. A number of other ones are on here, the revised coliform rule, the lead and copper rule, several others, but what I want to point out is number 9 here, the unregulated contaminant monitoring rule. And under unregulated contaminant, that type of rule, we can establish in California a set of contaminants, CECs, if you will, that we will require public water systems to monitor for. So this will be an opportunity for us collectively to look at surface water sources of the state primarily, but also in groundwater. What is it we would like public water systems to monitor for? It's not currently being monitored for, to gather information to determine whether it's appropriate to either develop an MCL or to find other ways to monitor for any constituents that would be detected under that program. So on the topic of CECs, I think number 9 here is an opportunity we'll have to really dialogue on what we're learning from what the regions work, by the regional boards, everything we know from work by public water systems, and kind of an opportunity to advance the CEC regulation with respect to drinking water supplies. I want to step back for a minute. I think you're probably all familiar with the fact that under the Safe Drinking Water Act, the states have to have a set of regulations that's at least as stringent as the federal requirements set by federal EPA. So in a way, we're free, any state is free to just follow exactly what EPA says in terms of regulation of drinking water. So what does EPA, how do they approach it? What do they say? Well, they look at contaminants without health-based standards for reevaluation every 5 years. Currently, they have a process for developing MCLs from what's called a contaminant candidate list, the CCL, using the scientific community and stakeholders. And I'm going to talk about, at the federal level, unregulated contaminant monitoring rule that they have in place, where they're gathering statewide for all systems over 10,000 people and representative water systems serving fewer than 10,000 people. The current status for selected contaminants, CECs, if you will, that's being initiated in 2018. So the good data that's going to come out of that on occurrence in California, and we collectively need to make sure that the data we get from EPA is being shared with coordinated and with the other programs that we're sharing all that data, and that's a big part of our discussion. So under previous federal unregulated contaminant monitoring rules, the data collected by EPA In California, the Division of Drinking Water is responsible to ensure the data is collected. So just touching briefly on what is the general approach for an unregulated contaminant that is found in drinking water supplies because the water system perhaps has done monitoring of their own accord, just out of their own concern. So what we do in drinking water is we have, as a preliminary step, the establishment of an advisory notification level, which is a health-based value, similar to a public health goal, but much more informal, and it's based on available information at the time. So it's kind of a preliminary step towards development of a public health goal. And again, focusing on things that are detected in the actual drinking water supply as opposed to the source. If the contaminant may be widespread, monitoring may be required statewide or for specific systems as a permit condition. And then if statewide monitoring suggests the need for regulation, we would request a public health goal from a WEHA. So this is kind of the traditional model, but as you can see, you've got a number of steps, and it's considering all the CECs that are of concern, may not be the model we need for standards for CECs in drinking water supplies. Now, moving from CECs towards maximum contaminant levels, how does that happen? So, of course, there are many chemicals that have moved from CECs to maximum contaminant levels. There's a number of chemicals that have state standards that do not have federal standards. So there's typically an establishment of a notification level, then the statewide monitoring through an unregulated chemical monitoring requirement, and establishment of chemical-specific human health risk assessment, ideally the establishment of a public health goal, finally adoption of a maximum contaminant level. Some examples of this include MTBE, perchlorate, and hexavalent chromium. You may or may not, they may have been CECs at one time, arguably, but we have regulations with an MCL for those now. And then similarly, perhaps 1,2,3-TCP, the MCL is in our process. A couple of highlights here. What do we need for the development of a maximum contaminant level? We need occurrence data, population affected, potentially or exposed to risk to human health, information on treatment feasibility, cost of treatment and operation monitoring and analysis. So it's a pretty heavy lift to actually develop a maximum contaminant level. And again, for CECs, would this be the process that would make the most sense in terms of how to approach them? So the maximum contaminant level works in many cases, but it's a pretty high bar to go over. Some of the other work by the Division of Drinking Water that we've learned from is the monitoring of extremely impaired sources, typically associated with Superfund sites. We have the potential feature unregulated contaminant monitoring requirements and guidance for water systems for monitoring and reporting of detected contaminants, which there's not an MCL. I'm just going to touch on this briefly, our work related to the indirect potable reuse of recycled water. We have the June 2014 groundwater replenishment rule for using recycled water to recharge aquifers. Some of the key elements are the source control programs to address CECs, water quality monitoring of indicator compounds. Heard about that today. Advanced treatment process, such as soil aquifer treatment and advanced oxidation to remove CECs. And what have we learned from that in terms of protecting the environment and the impact on downstream water supplies? We've learned a lot. The results of the monitoring are reported to water boards and our staff, and evaluated. Very strong history there of good performance. We've learned a lot about those treatment processes and how they can be effectively used to control CECs in that potable reuse scenario. So the next step is to transfer that to surface water augmentation and learn from that process. A couple of other things I wanted to point out I think we should be aware of. The NWRI May 2010 report on CECs essentially in the drinking water sources in California. Under that study, which is available at the NWRI website, they looked at the Delta State Project Water, Santa Ana River watershed, and the Colorado River watershed. A couple of highlights from the summary of the 126 samples of this study. One sample had no detectable levels of any EDCs, PPCPs, or OWCs. All other samples had one or more analytes detected at or above the corresponding MRLs. And the 5 most frequently detected PPCPs were caffeine, carbamazepine, they're listed there. Also wanted to mention, through AWWA, the Water Research Foundation Project 4494, evaluation of current and alternative strategies for managing CECs in water. So MCLs are not necessarily the way to go in most cases on CECs. How do we approach that? This study is underway. Almost finished. The phase 1 report is out. Let me just talk about the objectives of that project. Help broaden the currently progressing regulatory perspective on controlling CECs, summarizing and comparing initiatives from different countries for managing the challenges, to promote a common knowledge basis on evaluation of CEC strategies and approaches, and for mitigating perceived or demonstrated environmental and human health risks. So that's kind of a quick overview of drinking water activity. There's a lot going on, and we're glad to be part of this overall initiative. Our board's certainly very interested in what we're doing. So thank you.
Mark, how do you see some of the requirements that might come along for water treatment plants, potentially like the timing of that requirement versus then feeding that information back into us in terms of how we should focus on some ambient source work?
So in terms of regulatory requirements aimed specifically at drinking water treatment plants? Well, that's a good question. So in terms of control of CECs, there's obviously been quite a bit of work by the larger water agencies, and the smaller water agencies have followed some of those approaches. Water systems, of course, also have to deal with disinfection byproducts, which is kind of a subtopic of all of this. I think the data for that, hopefully we're sharing that pretty well and keeping you guys in the loop on how that's playing out. And the source monitoring they're doing, a big part of this, of course, is you have access to all the data that we're getting, and even data from the report from 2010 is that we're able to use all that effectively. So hopefully I kind of answered that. Any other questions?
Great. Thank you, Mark.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, now we have Daphne Mullen. It's just faster with my brain work. From DTSC, Table Consumer Products. So thank you for coming.
Thanks. Thanks for everyone's attention at the very end of the day. Lots of presentations. As you mentioned, I'm in the State Consumer Products program in the Department of Toxic Substances Control. So it's not State Water Board. We're a sister agency within the Cali PA, so we look at similar types of things to protect human health and the environment. And our program is pretty new. We've only been around for a couple of years, and we got our authority from this green chemistry law that went into effect in 2008. And there's several tenets to green chemistry, but part of it is life cycle thinking. So I'll tell you a little bit about what's behind our program and how we use environmental monitoring data to evaluate consumer products and see whether or not they should be regulated. So the green chemistry regulations gave us authority to adopt regulations to provide a framework for prioritizing the use of chemicals in consumer products. So we don't just ask manufacturers to stop using a chemical and go straight to ban. We ask them to take a look at the alternatives, use life cycle thinking, and we have this 4-stage process where we first start with our candidate chemical list, and that's our pool of chemicals that we can evaluate the use in consumer products. I'll go into more detail in each of these. The next step is to look at how is that chemical used, how does it expose the public or the environment, and if we feel like there is a bar that has been passed, we can then regulate it as a priority product, and then ask the manufacturers to look at alternatives. And they have a few ways they can do that, but at the end of the day, our goal is for them to look for a safer substitution or removal. And then depending on their choice and how they move forward in that process, there could be a regulatory response. So we could require like labeling or take back. So the whole goal of our program is not to do
the whole chemical whack-a-mole and replace EPA with EPS and have a more transparent, more thoughtful, longer process for manufacturers to then evaluate alternatives. So this focuses, again, on like this upstream source control rather than trying to mitigate risk. So going into our candidate chemical list, so before we can say a product or the chemical is of concern, the chemical has to be on our list. And we heavily rely on other governments to make sure that the chemicals really are indeed hazardous and they're well documented. So there aren't a lot of good water lists. The ones that we gather at the time of writing the regulations were the 303C and D, the California MCL, the notification levels. We have a few PBT lists, and also the OSPAR Priority Action Part A list. So you can see most of our candidate chemicals, what we call CMRs, carcinogenic, mutagenic, reproductive toxin to humans. And there are some that are on these water lists, a couple hundred. And just by looking at the types of lists we're pulling from, they're not necessarily the most progressive list for identifying chemicals of concern. We do go back to that panel report that everyone has referred to today, and looking at the chemicals that were identified there, many of them are on our candidate chemical list. And one thing I forgot to point out, that the scope of our program for consumer products is really broad. Basically anything one can buy, with the exception of pesticides and pharmaceuticals. So those that you see here are not on. It's not something that we could regulate because they are adequately regulated by other governments. So the one chemical of interest that is on this list, but not on our candidate chemical list, is glycolite, which we've also heard about today. So, there is room for improvement. If anyone has a great CEC list, please share, and we can incorporate that into our program. So that's our first step, is identifying the chemical. From there, to select the priority product, we have to demonstrate that there is exposure to that candidate chemical from that product, and that exposure needs to contribute to or cause significant or widespread impacts to human health or the environment. So there's a lot of words in there, but basically we have a lot of latitude for identifying where could possible impacts be coming from. And we don't have to find the biggest, the worst. It just can contribute to adverse impacts. So this is we follow what we call a narrative standard to do that. It's not a traditional risk assessment. We're not necessarily plugging in numbers and getting quotients or anything like that. We have a bunch of different considerations we can look at. So within adverse impacts, we have hazard traits. And there are 40 of those. Many of them are human, but a lot of them are also ecological. We look at wildlife reproductive impairment, phytotoxicity, adverse impacts to the organisms used in wastewater treatment processes. We look at environmental fate, and there are also a lot of exposure factors that we look at, basically about how long would an organism be exposed to the chemical. And we also look at end-of-life impacts that can include effects to treatment facilities. And for that reason, we've heard a lot from wastewater treatment as well. So with all of that latitude of what we might possibly look at, there's not a lot of certainty for our stakeholders to understand what we're going to regulate. So we released a 3-year work plan. It came out a couple years ago, I guess 2 years ago now. And this is where we identify the product categories that we're going to start looking at and start researching more quickly. So how did we do that? We identified a bunch of policy priorities that were important to our program. So what are certain things that we feel like we can really make a difference? So the policy priorities you see here, aquatic impacts, clear exposure, sensitive subpopulations, those are things that we really wanted to go after. So we had some research teams look at chemicals that relate to these policy priorities and came up with some chemicals, and then you look at how the chemicals being used, and we identified some product categories. And as you can imagine, there are consumer products in all of these product categories that tie to the aquatic environment. whether they're direct through, putting personal care products or cleaning products down the drain, or indirect by chemicals getting onto dress, getting onto clothing, and being washed down the drain. So this is the realm of product categories that we're currently researching. So just to give you some ideas as to what kinds of data do we look at when we're trying to identify priority products, or even identify the chemicals that could be relating to the policy priorities. We looked at a lot of government sources and a lot of readily available public information. We looked at the European Commission quite a bit. Of course, we pulled from the Science Advisory Panel report that came out. SWI, Palo Alto have great programs where they identify harmful chemicals. USGS has done quite a bit of monitoring information. And then we also look at the peer-reviewed literature. So we do really try to prioritize looking at other governments to be really effective with our time. We don't want to reinvent any wheels. So that's why you see such a heavy emphasis on the government reports. So that was a couple years ago when we were doing that work. So from there, the teams have been churning on their research, and we've identified some chemicals that have some possible impact to the aquatic environment. And that led us to releasing some documents last November on some chemicals that we're looking at more closely and some product uses. So those are the non-phenolic oxalates and triclosan, and also the PFASs. So I'm just going to go through one example of the chemicals that we looked at, and again, you can see where we use, what kind of data, and what do we rely on to start digging in deeper to identify priority products. So we identified, for example, NPEs, non-phenolic oxalates. We identified those chemicals because it was brought to our attention from SFEI's reports and also from the Science Advisory Panel. There was quite a bit of information about how NPEs degrade into lower chain NPEs and non-phenol itself, which impairs reproductive growth and reproduction. And we pulled monitoring data from a variety of sources, including SFEI, SWRCB, USGS, and then tying that back to information about how the chemicals are used in products and their functional use and ingredient lists and whatnot, we found a lot of uses for these chemicals. They're pretty ubiquitous. So by being able to pull all of those data together, we can really see where is this particular chemical going in the environment from the exposures that are brought to our attention. So since we found that NPEs are in clothing, they're in cleaning products, and they end up washed down the drain and can get into a variety of media based on the physical chemical properties of those chemicals. So that can help us just understand the magnitude, the breadth of where the chemicals are going in California. So most of that has been on the second box on the priority product piece. So we've been engaged in a workshop, working with other government organizations and doing some refinement of our research. And hopefully all of this work will then go towards the rulemaking to regulate the priority product. So that said, we have a lot of opportunity to engage with stakeholders during our research, and there's always the opportunity for people to bring information to us about chemicals they're concerned about. And if they're not on our candidate chemical list, which, like I said, is a very finite list, we can add them via rulemaking. So we can do that on our own research, or if some petitions us and provide us with adequate information, we can also add it to our list that way as well. Similarly with priority products, if there's a chemical in a product that's causing problems, we can take petitions on that as well and adopt a rulemaking to go through the rest of our process. So I mentioned that what our program does isn't necessarily a ban. We're not telling manufacturers you can't use it. There's unequivocally no problem, or there's a problem with it. We ask them to consider some alternatives. We would just beg the question, do you really need it? Does the chemical have to be there? Or is there like a process change you can do that eliminates the chemical in the product, and sometimes they're unintentionally there. Are there safer alternatives? And going back to the green chemistry perspective is you look at various life cycle factors. You know, just because you switch out BPA, BPS doesn't mean the hazards are the same or different. You really have to take an earnest look at it before making the substitution. And what we require from there is they can do an alternative analysis report, so that's a pretty deep evaluation of the alternatives. It ends up being publicly disclosed on our website. There are also some notifications they can do, but regardless of their path, they do need to disclose the alternative that they're looking at and some information about that, about their hazards and whatnot. Like I mentioned with the regulatory response, that just pertains if they do that full alternative analysis report. And so that we have a lot of options there. And the whole point of the program is source control. We feel like that's the most effective way to actually get the chemicals out of the environment. We don't want to just treat our way out of it. So we feel like our program can really have some meaningful impact there. And not only does it help the aquatic biota and their water quality, but also we've heard a lot about water reuse and irrigating with recycled water and everything, and we just want to make sure that if we can get the chemical out, the chemicals are indeed hazardous, perhaps there's another way. So I gave some information about a few chemicals we've looked at, but our program is continuing to look at other aquatic impacts as well. So the types of data that we're always looking for is monitoring data. The more of that we have, the better we can find where potential hotspots are, where there might be particularly sensitive organisms or environments within California that might need the regulation of consumer product. We do look a lot at what the wastewater treatment plants are doing and what they're finding. And if there's other groups that are prioritizing chemicals for this purpose, we follow that closely as well. Again, to not reinvent any wheel and to work for common interest. So I mentioned that there is a lot of opportunities for public comment. We always have our door open. We're always interested in hearing what others are finding. We also have some formal processes as well. Anytime we do anything public, there's a public comment period. We do workshops. So we developed our next party product work plan. That's all available for public comment also for identifying party products. When the alternatives analysis reports come out, those are also subject to these. So there's a lot of opportunities for people to engage and give us their perspective or information. And like I mentioned, there's the petition process as well. So if you have any information that you think could help, or SCP could help get the chemical moving in another direction, then that's also an option. So with that, that's it for my presentation.
Questions for Catherine? Okay, thank you very much. Yeah. All right, so we're going to switch gears a little bit on the agenda. I'm going to give it up to Michael Lyons. So the LA Regional Board has a lot of work they've done on CEC, special studies and monitoring. And we're going to put them in the panel with Joe earlier today, but because of travel restrictions or concerns or issues, they're going to present remotely. So bear with us while we try to switch over to Michael. And Michael.
Hi. I just heard mute off, so hopefully that was true.
Yeah. Say something, Michael.
Hi. This is Michael Lyons from the LA Board. Can you hear me?
Yep, you're good. I'm just getting the microphone set so that it hears you.
Okay, great. Thank you.
And can you advance the slides for me, please? Just sit here.
Okay, you're live, Michael. Go for it.
Great, and thanks. I really appreciate the accommodation. I'd love to be there. If my wife hadn't shattered her ankle a couple months ago and become so dependent on me, I probably would travel more. But anyway, I appreciate the chance to tell you about what we've been up to. So I'm a senior environmental scientist with the LA Board. Next slide, please. We have basically gone through 4 steps as we're trying to monitor CECs. I'm going to talk mostly about the first 2, the effluent monitoring and the stream monitoring, because we do have some results to share. The other 2, we have studies that are underway, but we really haven't seen much in the way of the results. But I'll tell you what we're up to. Next, please. So our first step in monitoring CECs was to find out whether these compounds were present in high concentrations in POTW effluent discharges. Next. We are blessed with 23 POTWs in our region, most of which discharge to freshwater streams, a few to the ocean, and a couple to estuaries or enclosed bays. So over the past several years, as our permits came up for renewal, we added a requirement for a 2-year special study, so basically to do CECs twice. And most dischargers have done this by doing it in 2 consecutive years, but not always. And because we started putting this requirement in permits before the expert panels were convened, some of my colleagues in the permitting staff created a list of CECs of interest. And then later, when the expert panel recommendations came out for ambient waters, we realized that there were several compounds of interest that weren't on our list, so we added those and had the dischargers do them as well. So all told, we've probably monitored about 36 different constituents. Next. And I'm going to focus on the effluent data from our 15 or so freshwater POTWs. And as you know, State Board's expert panel established monitoring trigger levels, or MTLs, for a number of compounds, for 11 CECs for effluent-dominated streams. And so, although the expert panel has cautioned not to use these to compare them to effluent, I unfortunately have gone ahead and done that anyway because I don't have anything else to work with, and we do in fact have mostly effluent-dominated streams. So we found it useful to see how our effluent data stacked up to these MTLs. And so as you can see, galaxolide, which is a musk component in fragrances, and fipronil, a pesticide, are exceeding the MTLs in a majority of our POTWs. Galaxolide especially was present in all but one of the POTW effluents. And then you can see the other compounds that are showing up occasionally above the MTLs, diclofenac, which is an anti-inflammatory drug, estrone, and 17-beta estradiol, which are female hormones, chlorpyrifos, another pesticide, and then bisphenol A, the plasticizer. Next slide. Now, there were 2 compounds that the expert panel set MTLs for that we're not seeing any exceedances. So that would be ibuprofen, which is an anti-inflammatory drug, and triclosan, the antibacterial agent. Then there were 2 other compounds, the 2 pyrethroid pesticides, bifenthrin and permethrin, which we did have exceedances of the MTLs, but the vast majority of our POTWs did not have detection limits that were as low as these very low MTLs. So we really don't know how often they might be exceeding the MTLs for those 2 pesticides. But even though a couple of plants were the only ones who got below that, they did manage to exceed the MTL. So lessons learned with this effluent monitoring, quite a few CECs did in fact exceed the MTLs for the effluent-dominated streams. In fact, 9 out of the 11 for which the expert panel set these MTLs. We did find that, because there's so many labs involved, detection limits did vary considerably, and as I said, they were not always low enough for comparison to MTLs. And we do feel that there's a need for additional assessment thresholds, more CECs. There's been a lot of talk about how the PBDE flame retardants seem to be declining, but the downside to that is that people are using these chlorinated compounds, TCPP, TCEP, things like that, and we don't have any MTLs for those, so I don't really know what to do with the data I have for those. And we would like to see effluent standards, we would like to see water quality standards. And then we need a way to update our list of CECs to worry about. So, for example, the neonicotinoid imidacloprid is being used all over the place. We, in our region, have never monitored for that in effluent. And there are additional compounds like that, so we need a way to try to keep up to date as we try to explore these. And you've heard other things today that are of interest that I've never had the dischargers monitor for. Next, please. So I'm going to talk a little bit about our receiving water studies. We wanted to find out whether these CEC compounds were present in our freshwater streams that receive these POTW discharges. Next. So we were able to do a study in 2011 in partnership with SWRCB and with some help from LA County Sanitation District to look at the Los Angeles River and the San Gabriel River. And we were focused on looking at the occurrence of CECs in water and then also in stream fate and transport. And we were able to fund this because we got a discretionary contract for $120,000. So I put this in not to brag because we got the contract, but just to help show you how expensive this kind of work is. Next. And we ended up with about half a dozen stations in each watershed. We located them based on the location of the POTWs and the location of major tributaries, and then we tried to have a reference or control station that was above at least the POTW discharges. And so in both watersheds, we were able to do the half dozen stations on two separate occasions for our water samples. And so that's where the 120,000 went to. Next, please. So for this study, SWRCB actually monitored 60 or 70 different CECs, and about half of them were detectable at the monitoring stations downstream of the wastewater discharges. So they are definitely present in our effluent-dominated streams. The good news was that the natural and synthetic hormones were not detectable, but galaxolide and bisphenol A did exceed the MTLs in the river water. And then fipronil was less than the MTL. The MTL was 42. We found concentrations as high as 29 nanograms per liter. So it didn't exceed the actual freshwater MTL, but that level of 29 is above what the scientific literature suggests could cause toxicity down in the estuary to invertebrates. So we do find this level concerning. And especially since when we looked at the fate and transport, we found that there were very short residence times in both rivers. The CECs that are discharged move out of the river down to the estuary within a day or two. So there's not much time for degradation or attenuation of those CECs to occur before those compounds hit the estuary in our area. So in 2013, we were allowed to do a study on the Santa Clara River, again in partnership with SWRCB and again with some help from LA County SAN. And again, we were looking at the occurrence of CECs in water and in stream fate and transport. We also were able to do some sediment sampling, both in the river and down in the estuary, and we were able to do some fish tissue sampling in those locations. And again, this was a discretionary contract funding. This one was for $300,000. Next. So once again, we found a number of the CECs downstream of our wastewater discharges. None of the CECs exceeded MTLs. This may have been due to the fact that this watershed is much less urban than the highly urbanized LA and San Gabriel River systems. And so there's just scattered urban centers, more rural area, and much smaller POTWs than you find discharging into those other two systems. And then also near the top of the watershed, there appears to be a lot of rising groundwater that comes in right after the first couple of POTWs discharge, and it seems possible that that is able to attenuate or dilute these CEC concentrations considerably. So it's a much different system than the LA and San Gabriel rivers. Next, please. So our sediment monitoring results were interesting. Down in the estuary, basically I think everything that the panel set MTLs for was exceeded. The bifenthrin and permethrin exceeded the MTLs, the two PBDE compounds, and also fipronil. So these compounds are managing to accumulate in the sediments, apparently, of that river system. When we looked at fish, we got variable results. The fish tissue concentrations did exceed the MTLs for the two PBDE compounds. Pyrethroid pesticides and fipronil seemed high compared to some of the scientific literature, but we do not have any MTLs established by the expert panel for those. Chlorinated flame retardants didn't look that high, but again, there were no MTLs. And then the perfluorinated compounds actually were quite low, less than the MTL, which was good news. Then, like everybody else, we're trying to move into bioanalytical screening and non-targeted analyses to try to show that if you have high concentrations of CECs, it actually might mean something in terms of biological impacts. Next slide. So we're currently doing a study in partnership with SWRCB on the Los Angeles and San Gabriel rivers. They've already collected water and sediment samples for us on 2 different occasions, and they're running 4 or 5 of the in vitro bioassays that you heard about earlier per sample. And once again, this came from discretionary contract funding, $150,000. So samples have been collected. The actual analyses haven't been run yet. And then we are looking at direct biological responses. I think Alvina mentioned this already. Next slide, please. And showed their apparatus. So it's a flow-through system that withdraws water from the LA River, passes it through that box where the fathead minnows are hanging out, and they're going to be exposed. I think 3 weeks is target at this point, and hopeful that that will be long enough to see if there are any tissue changes in liver, gonad, kidneys, and plasm of the exposed fish. So this study is in the planning stages. It will take place later this year, and we're going to do 2 different locations, one subject to urban runoff and one that is below one of the tertiary treatment plants. And it's costing about $150,000, which is coming from our swamp regional allocation. And so we're looking forward to that because we've collected the effluent data and the stream data on the LA River, and so we figured between the bioanalytical screening and this, it'll give us a good measure of whether there are actual biological effects. And with that, I'm done, and if you have any questions, happy to answer them. Otherwise, thanks for going through this.
Thank you, Michael.
questions from the audience? Looking around, I don't see any hands. All right, well, thank you, Michael.
Thank you. I'm going to go take up my Uber driving.
Okay.
Pick up the little woman.
Okay, good luck. Thanks.
Thank you.
Okay, so in the little bit of time left, I'll just give a quick overview of what the State Water Board, OWIM, Office of Information Management Analysis role in this is. We're kind of the data wrangling, information wrangling part of the organization. So we coordinate with all the regions, the offices, the divisions, and the programs that are working on the subject. And as Claire and others pointed out, this subject doesn't have a clear home. It has a home in many places. And so that's one of the roles. And one of the key ways we want to do that is to collect the data that's being talked about, whether it's data that's been a part of a regional monitoring program or whether it's part of a special study. We're trying to place pointers to all that data and information. So we'll be working with Claire's group to develop a website that has references. We also have a beta mode, maybe alpha mode is a better way to describe it, data visualization tool that has at least the seeding data that we have with the listed CEC parameters, and you can plot it up and look at it and download that data set. I can show it to you, but it's really not super functional. There's a lot of below detection limit data points, so it shows up as red or green, I forget which color that one is, but most of the state is in that category of not meaningful data. And then there's always these interesting questions like, why is there so much caffeine in San Diego? Because they're the only ones looking for things like caffeine, maybe. So there's a lot of questions that are raised by the data set, but it's the beginning of what we want to do, which is provide some analytics and views of those different data sets that are available on the subject. As you can tell, it's very broad and diverse in terms of the types and categories of data. I was really pleased to hear the discussion and the call out for data science, and I think it was Richard Conan's presentation where he specifically talked about having somebody with skills that can do metadata analysis. I think that's a really good suggestion. We need to figure out a way as an organization to get that skill set into our group, because I feel the same way on a micro scale that every time we go somewhere we hear about other studies that people are doing, but I'm not quite sure we're able to bring all that in to our brains when we're processing this information. So any thoughts on that would be welcome to me too. So I think I will just stop there. You guys, do you have any questions for what OWIM is planning to do or what the roles of different parts of the state board are? Okay, great. So tomorrow, some of you are coming back tomorrow. Show of hands, who's coming back tomorrow? That's a lot. So tomorrow's project is to sort of have more discussion, more people having opinions and weighing in on stuff and dialogue to work through towards a goal of a regional monitoring program. So it's a framework upon which one could be built. And so I will be here. I think you had asked if I could give a welcome again in the morning.
Yes.
I'm happy to do that. I'll frame it again. Really, today was for tomorrow, in my mind, and it started with conversations. We got handed off the pilot study recommendations that Keith summarized earlier today. We got handed that when I took my job 2.5 years ago or so. It was a brand new product that was coming out after the expert panel and after the work that SWRCB had done to refine that product. And then we spent a year and a half or so walking it around trying to find the funders that were supposed to show up magically and pay for all those pieces. And I'm being sort of sarcastic, but there was really a bit of what it felt like, because I think this does land on so many different programs that it's a real challenge to figure out which pieces of those boxes with the arrows of the suggested idealized framework of monitoring are really good, but there's a lot of people's names and dollar resource accounts have to show up to make that system work. And so what we've been trying to do since then is build that system. And one of the areas that has both the greatest opportunity and a lot of controversy and complexity is the Delta. And so tomorrow is really going to be great, I think, because we're now building from the base of knowledge, the common set of knowledge that we all have. So I'm excited to see what we produce tomorrow. And thank you all for coming. If you have any other questions, feel free to find me or email me. And thanks to all our speakers today, and thanks to those of you who traveled.
9:30.
9:30.